సో విత్ ఇన్ దిస్ పర్టికులేషన్ మీ ఎగ్జామినేషన్లో మీ క్యాలిక్యులేషన్ జస్ట్ ఈ 2 లైన్స్ మాత్రమే ఉండాలి. సో దిస్ జస్ట్ లైక్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ పార్ట్లో మీరు ఏం చేశారు, వాల్యూస్ని సబ్స్టిట్యూట్ చేశారు అండ్ హియర్ ఒక డివిజన్ చేసి రిమైండర్ తీసుకొచ్చారు. ఆ రిమైండర్ని డే కోడ్కి మీరు ఈక్వేట్ చేశారు. దాట్స్ ఇట్. ఐ హోప్ యూ అండర్స్టాండ్. సో దిస్ ఇస్ 15th August 1947. ఇది ఒక బేసిక్ క్వశ్చన్. బట్ వాట్ హ్యాపన్స్ ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్? దాట్స్ ద కండిషన్. Alright, now I'll tell you a procedure which you need to follow once again. So leap year లేదు కాబట్టి ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. లీప్ ఇయర్ వస్తే ఏం చేయాలి ఇలాంటి మెథడ్లో? ఇట్ ఈస్ సో సింపుల్, జస్ట్ అ స్మాల్ లాజిక్ విచ్ యూ నీడ్ టు ఫైండ్ అవుట్. Okay, so let me talk about leap year. What does mean by leap year? So leap year is so simple. So initially we had, మీకు just like 30 to 40 seconds description in leap year గురించి మీరు తెలుసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. Alright, don't worry, you're not going to get the questions on the leap year. I mean, leap year అంటే ఏంటి, ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుంది, అలా మీకు ఏం క్వశ్చన్స్ రావు. But it's your responsibility to understand how to, how leap year works and how leap year got into existence. Alright, so simple. Let's talk about leap year. Brief description చూద్దాం. So leap year అంటే ఏంటి అని చూసారైతే, initially, so an year it consists of 365 days. మీరు స్టార్టింగ్లో మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 365 రోజులు అనేది మనం కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం ఒక ఇయర్కి. బట్ వేరాస్ ఆ 365 డేస్ 1 ఇయర్కి అనేది మీరు ఎలా అనేది చూశారు అంటే, జస్ట్ లైక్ సూర్యుని చుట్టూ, సో సన్ యొక్క earth revolves, revolution, am I right? So earth revolution, one revolution ante okasari, for example, let's talk about a sun and this is earth and it takes 365 days to revolve around the sun అని చెప్తాం. Am I right? This is what the consideration. So ఇది sun, ఇది earth అని తీసుకుంటే ఇలా తీసుకుంటాం 365 days. బట్ ఇనిషియల్గా అది 365 days 1 year అని చెప్పి మన యొక్క ancestors find out చేశారు. And later on they came to know that it is not exactly 365 days, it takes 365.25 days అనేది వాళ్ళు తెలుసుకున్నారు. సో ఇనిషియల్గా మనం ఏం చేస్తున్నాం, 365 డేస్ అని కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. అంటే ఈ సన్, ఈ ఎర్త్కి, మన భూమికి సూర్యుని చుట్టూ తిరగడానికి 365 డేస్ అవుతుంది. అదే మనం 1 ఇయర్గా కన్సిడర్ చేసుకుంటున్నాం. బట్ లేటర్ ఆన్ దే ఫౌండ్ అవుట్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ 365 డేస్, ఇట్ యాక్చువల్లీ 365.25 డేస్. బట్ ఎప్పుడైతే వీళ్ళకి ఇది 365.25 డేస్ అని తెలిసిందో, సో ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ పాసిబుల్ టు మెన్షన్ 365.25. సో వాళ్ళు ఏం చేశారంటే 365 ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో ఈ 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, అండ్ దెన్ సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో కూడా 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, అండ్ దెన్ థర్డ్ ఇయర్లో 0.25ని కట్ చేసి, సో ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్ ఏముంటుంది 365.25. సో ఈ 365 ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్ 365.25కి ఈ 3.25ని యాడ్ చేశారు, అంటే 0.75, విచ్ హ్యాస్ బికమ్ 366 డేస్. సో ఎవ్రీ ఇయర్ అంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో, సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో, థర్డ్ ఇయర్లో ఉన్న 0.25 అన్ని కట్ చేసి ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్లో యాడ్ చేస్తే అది 360 డేస్ వచ్చింది. సో this acts as a leap year. Alright, if I ask you what does mean by leap year, we always come up with 3 points. First point, it has an extra day. Am I right? So normal year consists of 365 days, but it consists of 366 days. And second point, it has, it falls on exactly February 29. So February lo oka extra day untundi. And third point మీరు చూసినట్లయితే it comes only once in 4 years. So this is the reason behind that, basic reason. So now it is 365.25 అనేది కట్ చేసి ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్లో, సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో, థర్డ్ ఇయర్లో, ఫోర్త్ ఇయర్లో యాడ్ చేశారు, విచ్ హాస్ బికమ్ 366 days. Now, so I hope you understand how leap year works. Now let's say మన ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ లీప్ ఇయర్ వస్తే ఎలా హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలి, అసలు ఈ క్వశ్చన్ ఎలా హ్యాండిల్ చేయాలంటే, సో రిమెంబర్ వెన్ ఎవర్ యూ గెట్ ద డేట్, లెట్స్ సే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 15th August 1947, ఇదే క్వశ్చన్ తీసుకుందాం ఎగ్జాంపుల్గా. ఈ 15th August 1947 వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. రిమెంబర్, లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ నో అయినప్పుడు, రిమెంబర్, లీప్ ఇయర్ నో అయినప్పుడు, సో రెగ్యులర్ మెథడ్. సో రెగ్యులర్ మెథడ్ అంటే సో సింపుల్. నా వాట్ వీ హ్యావ్ డన్, సో గివెన్ డేట్ ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్ ప్లస్ సెంచరీ కోడ్, సో రెగ్యులర్ మెథడ్ మీరు ఫాలో అయిపోవచ్చు లీప్ ఇయర్ కాదు అన్నప్పుడు. బట్ లెట్స్ సే ఇది లీప్ ఇయర్ అయింది అన్నప్పుడు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటి, లెట్స్ సే ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్, వన్స్ అగైన్ యూ నీడ్ టు చెక్ another condition here. సో ఆ కండిషన్ ఏంటి అంటే మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది వెదర్ దట్ గివెన్ పర్టికులర్ డే ఇస్ బిట్వీన్ జనవరి 1st నుండి Feb 29 లోపల ఉందా ఆ పర్టికులర్ డేట్ అనేది, Jan 21st నుండి February 29th లోపల ఉందా, లేదు మార్చ్ 1st నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉందా అనే కండిషన్ వరకు మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. I repeat, సో ఫస్ట్ ఏ ఇయర్ అయినా మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ లీప్ ఇయర్ కాదా అనేది చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. లీప్ ఇయర్ నో అన్నప్పుడు ఏం చేయాల్సిందే రెగ్యులర్ మెథడ్లో మీరు వెళ్ళిపోవచ్చు. జస్ట్ ద ప్రొసీజర్ వాట్ ఐ హావ్ గివెన్. ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ దెన్ మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సిందంటే వన్స్ అగైన్ Jan 1st నుండి Feb 29th లోపల ఈ పర్టికులర్ డేట్ ఉందా, లేదు March 1st నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉందా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేసుకోవాల్సి ఉంటుంది. దెన్ వాట్ ఈస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ అని చెప్పి మీరు నన్ను అడిగారంటే యూజువల్గా లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే మనం Jan 1st నుంచి కన్సిడర్ చేస్తాం. కాదు, లీప్ ఇయర్ అనేది March 1st అనేది స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఆ పర్టికులర్ డే అనేది మనకు February 29th లో మాత్రమే యాడ్ అవుతుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మనకు నియరెస్ట్ లీప్ ఇయర్ ఏది అని మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 2016 is going to be the leap year. It's a leap year. And next మనం చూసినట్లయితే 2020 is going to be the leap year. ఆల్ రైట్. సో ఈ పర్టికులర్ విషయానికి మనకు వస్తే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు నేను 16 Jan 2016 అనే డేట్ని మనం ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలి, లెట్స్ సే 16 March 2016 అనేది ఎలా సాల్వ్ చేయాలి అనేది మీరు తెలుసుకోవాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అని చెక్ చేశారంటే ఎస్ లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ ఎలా చెక్ చేయాలి అనేది మనం నేర్చుకోవాలి ఫస్ట్ థింగ్. అది డిస్కస్ చేసిన తర్వాత ఈ రెండు పార్ట్స్ మనం డిస్కస్ చేయొచ్చు. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ మీరు ఎలా చెక్ చేస్తారంటే రిమెంబర్ ఆల్ ద 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ ఆర్ లీప్ ఇయర్స్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 all the 4 multiples are leap years. But all the century years are not leap years. అంటే ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు all the 4 multiples leap years అంటే ఏమవుతుంది 4, 8, 12 16, 20, 24, 28, 32 it goes on. ఇవన్నీ లీప్ ఇయర్సే. బట్ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అన్ని సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ లీప్ ఇయర్స్ కాదు. అంటే సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటే ఏంటి? సో సింపుల్, ద ఇయర్ దట్ ఎండ్స్ విత్ 00. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 1000, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2200, ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2000. సో ఇవన్నీ వీటిని ఏమంటారంటే సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటారు. ఒక పర్టికులర్ ఇయర్ 00తో ఎండ్ అయితే 100 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, 200 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, 300 ఇస్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్, ఇలా ఇది వెళ్తూ ఉంటుంది. అవునా? సో 4 అనేది ఈవెన్ దో ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 100 అనేది ఈవెన్ దో ఇట్ ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4. యూజువల్గా లీప్ ఇయర్ కండిషన్ అయితే 4తో డివైడ్ అయితే మనం లీప్ ఇయర్ అని చెప్తాం. అది అలా కాదు. సో యూ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ దిస్ క్లియర్లీ. అన్ని 4తో డివిజిబుల్ అయ్యే ఇయర్స్ అన్ని లీప్ ఇయర్స్ కావు. ఓకే, ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్ 4 మల్టిపుల్స్ అన్ని లీప్ ఇయర్సే. బట్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ వచ్చేంత వరకు మనకి ఇంకొక కండిషన్ ఉంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 100 అనే ఇయర్ మీరు తీసుకుందాం, అండ్ ఇయర్ 200 తీసుకుందాం, ఇయర్ 300 తీసుకుందాం, ఇయర్ 400 తీసుకుందాం. 100 is divisible by 4. So, but it is not a leap year. 200 is divisible by 4, but it's not a leap year. 300 is divisible by 4, it's not a leap year. So, century years వచ్చేసరికి మీరు ఏం చెక్ చేయాలి అంటే 4తో చెక్ చేయకూడదు, మీరు 400తో చెక్ చేయాలి. 400తో కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాలి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఇప్పుడు ఇయర్ 1200 సెంచురీ ఇదొక లీప్ ఇయరా కాదని చెక్ చేస్తే ప్లీజ్ డోంట్ డివైడ్ ఇట్ బై 4తో డివైడ్ చేయదు, జస్ట్ బికాస్ ఇట్స్ అ సెంచురీ ఇయర్. సెంచురీ ఇయర్ అంటే 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్. 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్ని మీరు దేంతో చెక్ చేయాలంటే 400తో చెక్ చేయాలి. సో ఇట్ ఇస్ 400 3s are 1200. సో ఇట్ ఈస్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ 0. ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఇప్పుడు ఇయర్ 1300 తీసుకుందాం. 1300 లీప్ ఇయర్ అంటే మీరు 4తో డివైడ్ చేస్తే రిమైండర్ 0నే వస్తుంది. బట్ డోంట్ డూ దట్. 00 ఎండింగ్ కాబట్టి మీరు 400తో చేయాలి. 400తో చేసినప్పుడు ఏమొస్తుంది 400 3s are 1200. రిమైండర్ ఎంత 100. ట్రై టు అండర్స్టాండ్ ఇయర్ 1300 ఇస్ నాట్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. సో నార్మల్ ఇయర్స్ అయితే లాస్ట్ 2 డిజిట్స్ని మీరు 4తో డివైడ్ చేస్తే సరిపోతుంది. సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అంటే ఎస్పెషలీ సెంచురీ ఇయర్స్ అన్నప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మీరు 400తో డివైడ్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ 2000 ఇస్ ద బెస్ట్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. 2000 ఇయర్ అనేది 4తో డివైడ్ చేయదని 400తో చేయండి. ఎస్, 400 into 5 2000. ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. బట్ ఇయర్ 2100 తీసుకుందాం. 2100 ఇట్ ఇస్ డివిజిబుల్ బై 4, బట్ స్టిల్ ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఎ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఎందుకంటే 00 ఎండింగ్ ఇయర్ అయితే మనం 400తో డివైడ్ చేయాలి. 400తో మీరు డివైడ్ చేసినప్పుడు ఏమవుతుందంటే మీకు 100 అనే రిమైండర్ వస్తుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ ఎ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఆల్రైట్, సో దిస్ ఇస్ హౌ యూ డీల్ విత్ ద లీప్ ఇయర్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎలా ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాలని చెప్పి మనం చూసాం కదా. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఏం చేయాలి అంటే సో లీప్ ఇయర్ చెక్ చేశారు. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అనే కండిషన్ వచ్చిందని తీసుకుందాం ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ ఎస్ అనే కండిషన్ చెక్ చేశారు అంటే మీరు నెక్స్ట్ కండిషన్ చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే ఇచ్చిన ఆ డేట్ Jan 1st నుండి February 29 లోపల ఉందా, లేదు March 1st నుండి December 1st లోపల ఉందా అనేది మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో టెక్నికలీ లీప్ ఇయర్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ March 1st. మీరు 2016 ఎగ్జాంపుల్ నేను ఇందాక చెప్పాను మీకు. మీరు 2016 Jan క్యాలెండర్ తీసుకున్నా, 2015 Jan క్యాలెండర్ తీసుకున్నా. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఎలా అంటే 2016లో జనవరిలో మీరు ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుందంటే 31 డేస్ ఉంటుంది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం 2015 క్యాలెండర్లో జనవరి ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉంటుందంటే 31 డేస్ ఉంటుంది. సో టోటల్ కౌంట్ అనేది సేమ్ ఉంటుంది. బట్ మీకు క్యాలెండర్ డిఫరెన్స్ ఎప్పుడు వస్తుందంటే మీరు Jan 1st నుండి March 1st దాకా లీప్ ఇయర్లో ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉన్నాయి, Jan 1st నుండి March 1st దాకా నాన్ లీప్ ఇయర్లో ఎన్ని డేస్ ఉన్నాయని చూసినప్పుడు టోటల్ కౌంట్ చేంజ్ అవుతుంది. సో టెక్నికలీ లీప్ ఇయర్ స్టార్ట్స్ ఫ్రమ్ March 1st ఆన్వర్డ్స్. సో ఎప్పుడైతే మీకు లీప్ ఇయర్ అయ్యింది, ఇయర్ లీప్ ఇయర్ అయ్యింది, డేట్ Jan 1st నుండి Feb 29 దాకా ఉందో, మీకు వచ్చిన ఆన్సర్ని యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. మీకు వచ్చిన ఆన్సర్ని యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. ఇఫ్ ద గివెన్ డేట్ ఇస్ ఇన్ బిట్వీన్ March 1st to December 31st, నో నీడ్ టు డూ ఎనీథింగ్, జస్ట్ గో హెడ్ యాజ్ ఇట్ ఇస్. ఆల్రైట్, దీనికి నేను ఎగ్జాంపుల్స్ ఇప్పుడు మీకు చెప్తాను. లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ నేను 2 డేట్స్ తీసుకుంటాను ఇప్పుడు. లెట్స్ స్టార్ట్ విత్ see 1st Jan 2000. 1st Jan 2000 తీసుకుందాం. అండ్ దెన్ another date which is 1st March 2000. ఆల్రైట్, వాట్స్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ అనేది మనం ఇప్పుడు చెక్ చేద్దాం. నా ఇది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే ఇది ఫస్ట్ స్లాట్లో ఉంది, అంటే Jan 1st నుండి February 29 దాకా ఇది ఉంది. ఇదేంటంటే March 1st నుండి December 31st మధ్యలో ఒక డేట్ ఇది. ఆల్రైట్, మీకు ఇంకా కన్ఫ్యూజన్ వద్దు అనుకుంటే మీరు 5 తీసుకోవచ్చు. Alright, 5th Jan 2000 and 5th March 2000. Alright, now first thing, just check whether the given year is a leap year or not. Obviously it's a leap year, ఎందుకంటే it's a century ending year. So century ending year అంటే I need to divide this year using 400. Am I right? So it is 5/2000 and it's done. Yes, it's a leap year, so don't divide it with 4. Alright, now what should we do? Let's start with, so 5th Jan 2000 ఏ డేట్లో వస్తుంది? వాట్ వాస్ ద డే ఆన్ 5th Jan 2000? సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇది మీరు ఎలా సర్చ్ చేస్తారంటే గివెన్ డేట్ విచ్ ఇస్ 5, గివెన్ డేట్ 5 ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్. సో మంత్ కోడ్ ఆఫ్ Jan ఇట్ ఇస్ 00. Am I right? 033, that's what I said. So 00 ప్లస్ సెంచరీ కోడ్ 2000 మీకు ఏం చెప్పాను? ఇట్ ఇస్ 06. Am I right? So 2000 నుండి 2099 వరకు ఇట్స్ గోయింగ్ టు బి 6. దెన్ ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్. ఈ క్వశ్చన్ మీకు వచ్చి ఉంటుంది. లాస్ట్ 2 digits 00, నో చేంజెస్ అట్ ఆల్. ప్లస్ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్ మీ యొక్క క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్నింటినీ సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంది. మీ మైండ్లో రన్ అయ్యే క్వశ్చన్స్ అన్నింటినీ ఈ పర్టికులర్ క్వశ్చన్ సాల్వ్ చేస్తుంది. సో గివెన్ డేట్ 5, Jan కోడ్ 00 అండ్ దెన్ ఇట్ ఇస్ 06 ఏంటంటే సెంచరీ కోడ్. లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఇక్కడ 00 ఏం లేదు. అండ్ దెన్ 00 4 multiples ఉంటాయి అంటే నో 4 multiples అట్ ఆల్. 00 just by 7. That's it. No change at all. Am I right? Now, so which is 5 plus 6 అంటే మీతో అన్ని జీరోస్ ఉన్నాయి ఇక్కడ. 5 plus 6 మీరు చూసినట్లయితే 11/7 and 11/7 what's the remainder? 11/7 the remainder is 4. 11/7 the remainder is 4. But so as I told you, ఒకవేళ Jan 1st నుండి February 29th లోపల డేట్ ఉంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1. సో మీరు ఇలా ఈ పర్టికులర్ మెథడ్లో మీరు చేసినప్పుడు 4 అనే ఆన్సర్ రిమైండర్ మీకు వస్తుంది. 4 అనే ఆన్సర్ మీకు వచ్చిందంటే యాజ్ యూజువల్ ఏముంటుంది? ఇట్స్ థర్స్డే. బట్ మీ క్యాలెండర్ చెక్ చేసి ఇది థర్స్డే ఉండదు ఈ పర్టికులర్, ఎందుకంటే ఇది లీప్ ఇయర్ కేసు ఉంది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం ఇదేమో 1st Jan నుండి Feb 29th Feb అనే కేసులో ఉంది. సో ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ -1 విచ్ ఇస్, సో రిమైండర్ ఏదైతే మీకు వస్తుందో దానికి మీరు -1 చేయాలి. దానికి మీరు -1 చేస్తే విల్ గెట్ ద రిమైండర్ as 3. సో 3 is obviously Wednesday. మీరు క్యాలెండర్ చెక్ చేసినట్టయితే ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు బి Wednesday, ఇట్ ఈస్ నాట్ Thursday. Alright, now let's see how this works. Guys, it is so simple. It's March. Am I right? It's March and at the same time ఇది 1st March నుండి లీప్ ఇయర్ కేసు ఇది. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం 1st March నుండి December 31st లోపల ఉండే కేసు. Here no need to do -1, just go ahead as it is. Now let's do this. It's going to be 05. So 05 is the given date and March obviously 0336. And what is the March? It is 3. The code is 3. Am I right? For March it is code 3 plus century, same thing here. Century code it is 06 plus last 2 digits 00 plus last 2, number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of given year, it is 00 by 7. Now just add all the things here. 5 plus 3 it is 8. And obviously 5 plus 3 it is 8 and 8 plus 6 it is 14. So 14/7 and the answer is here reminder is 0 means Sunday. No need to change anything. Please don't do -1 here just because it's a leap year condition and leap year condition లో ఇది మీరు చూసినట్లయితే మన సెకండ్ స్లాట్లో ఉంది, అంటే 1st March నుండి December 31st March లోపల ఉంది కాబట్టి don't do -1, just leave as it is. So Sunday's answer. Alright, so from this what I'm trying to say is first starting లో మీరు చెక్ చేయాల్సింది ఏంటంటే లీప్ ఇయరా కాదా. లీప్ ఇయర్ అయింది అంటే లీప్ ఇయర్ కాలేదు అంటే నో నీడ్ టు డూ ఎనీథింగ్, జస్ట్ ఫాలో ద ప్రొసీజర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ ఐ సెడ్. సో గివెన్ డేట్ ప్లస్ సెంచరీ కోడ్ ప్లస్ మంత్ కోడ్ ప్లస్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits ఆఫ్ ద గివెన్ ఇయర్ ప్లస్ number of 4 multiples in the last 2 digits of the given year by 7. Whatever the remainder you get, just convert into day and then put the answer. Now if it's a leap year, you need to check one thing. A leap year లో ఏంటంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మీరు చెక్ చేసేటప్పుడు సెంచరీ ఇయర్ కాదు అంటే జస్ట్ డివైడెడ్ బై 4 అండ్ జస్ట్ చెక్ ఇఫ్ ఇట్స్ అ సెంచరీ ఇయర్ లాస్ట్ 2 digits 00 అయింది అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు డివైడెడ్ బై 400 అండ్ యూ నీడ్ టు అండర్స్టాండ్ వెదర్ ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్ ఆర్ నాట్. సో 2000 కాబట్టి ఐవ్ డివైడెడ్ బై 400 అండ్ ఐ నో ఇట్స్ అ లీప్ ఇయర్. ఫ్యాంటాస్టిక్. సో లీప్ ఇయర్ నేను తెలుసుకున్న తర్వాత నేను చెక్ చేయాల్సిన కండిషన్ ఏంటంటే 1st January నుండి February 29th వరకు ఉందా డేట్స్, లేదంటే 1st March నుండి December 31st వరకు ఉందా అని చెప్పి. సో హియర్ ఇన్ దిస్ కేస్ ఐ నో ఇట్స్ 1st January to 29th February మధ్యలో ఉంది కాబట్టి డెఫినెట్లీ వాట్ ఎవర్ ద రిమైండర్ ఐ గెట్ ఐ నీడ్ టు subtract my 1 from that so that I'll get the answer. If it is from 1st March to December 31st, no need to change any, just proceed as it is. Alright, I hope you understand how this works. Now the next question, the next concept, calendars lone inko konni rendu moodu chinna concepts unnai which you need to find out. Let's see, today is actually today is Tuesday, but nenu just today is Monday. See, don't ask me, sir, today is not Monday, but just for an assumption, my exam style vastundi, today is Monday. So what will be the day after today is Monday, full stop. What will be the day after, let's say 40 days? What will be the day after 40 days? Okay, today is Monday. What will be the day after 40 days? It is so simple. See, today Monday, 40 days తర్వాత ఏంటి అంటే in the sense కౌంట్ డౌన్ ఈ రోజు నుంచే స్టార్ట్ అవుతుంది. మండే అనేది 1, ట్యూస్డే అనేది 2, ఇలా వెళ్తుంది. 40 డేస్ తర్వాత ఏంటి అని. సో రిమెంబర్ ఆఫ్టర్ 40 డేస్ అంటే రిమెంబర్ దే ఆర్ ఆస్కింగ్ 41st డే. 40th డే మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. 41st డే మాత్రమే మీరు ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. ఆల్రైట్, సో ఆఫ్టర్ 40 డేస్ అంటే 41st డే ఏమొస్తుందని చెప్పి. ఇన్ సచ్ కేస్ ఇట్ ఇస్ సో సింపుల్. సో just write down 40 and we know that 1 week 7 days. For example, ee roju Monday ante after 7 days it's going to be Monday once again. So ee roju Tuesday ante after 7 days. So 7 days tarvata days anedi meeku repeat avutundi. For example, day 1 anedi Monday ante day 8 anedi kuda Monday vastundi. Day 1 anedi Tuesday ante day 8 kuda, for example day 2 Tuesday ante day 9 plus 7, day 9 kuda Tuesday ne. So plus 7 chese ade vastundi. In such case 740. So 7 excuse me, so 7 5s are 35. So what's the remainder here? 5. So if you observe, remainder enta 5 kada. So Monday manam start chesam countdown. So Monday day 1 ante day 1 Monday. So day 2 ఏమవుతుంది? It is Tuesday. Day 3 ఏమవుతుంది? It is Wednesday. Day 4 ఏమవుతుంది? Thursday. Day 5 ఏమవుతుంది? Friday. And this is the answer. So 5 వచ్చింది కాబట్టి just relate it to day 5. Alright, I'll repeat it one more question. It's very simple logic. Let's say alright, let's see another question. Today is Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. What will be the day after 110 days? After 110 days. Today is Wednesday. 110 days. 110 days తర్వాత ఏం డే అని చెప్పి మిమ్మల్ని అడుగుతారు. సో సింపుల్, జస్ట్ రిమెంబర్ డే 1 ఏంటి కౌంట్ డౌన్ ఈ రోజు నుంచి.
Good afternoon, students, and in this lesson we are going to start the new module in our course, CSS. In order to create the web user interfaces, mainly we require two languages, HTML and CSS. HTML is used to create the elements. Suppose I want to create the heading, I want to create paragraph, I want to create the table, I want to create the form. To create the elements, what is required is the HTML language is required. But HTML doesn't involve in the styling part. Alternatively, we have to use CSS in order to apply the styles to the elements. Using CSS, we can apply different types of styles. For example, we can apply background colors, background images, borders, margins, paddings, alignments, position. All the complete layout can be created by using the combination of HTML and CSS. Today, we are going to see some of the basic topics of CSS, such as font styles and the text styles. And a CSS program can be written inside the HTML file. First, we are going to take the file name with the .html extension. Inside the HTML file itself, we are going to write the HTML code and the CSS code. That is one type of pattern. Another type of pattern is we will write the CSS code separately, and we have to load or import the CSS file into the HTML file. We have to load the CSS file into HTML file. That is the second pattern. So, in case of large scale application development, the second pattern is better. Means we have to write the CSS code separately and HTML code separately, and we have to load the CSS file into HTML file. The benefit of separation of CSS is, even though we have a large application, even though we have multiple pages, the CSS code can be reusable, because the one CSS code or one CSS file can be imported or loaded into multiple HTML files. So that is the reason for large scale applications we prefer separate CSS file. But on the other hand, while learning time, while understanding the concept, it is not recommended to go to a separate CSS file. So learning time, a single file, that is HTML and CSS combined into single file, is better. While application development, while real-time application development, the separation of CSS file is better. Now let us try to understand some of the basic concepts of CSS. First, I want to tell the syntax of CSS. The CSS code must be written inside the style tag. The style tag must be written inside the head tag. So first we have to place head. Inside the head we have to write a style. Inside style we have to write your actual CSS code. Now let us try to prepare a simple application for this. So have a look at once in the example. So syntax of CSS. First we have to begin the CSS code by keeping the style tag, and inside the style tag we are going to write your CSS code. The CSS code can be written with the selector. Inside the braces we have to write your property with value. The property name can be anything, value also can be anything. So first we have to select. After selecting, we have to apply the style by using the property. Every property must be having a value. For example, I am selecting the h1 tag, and for that h1 tag I am trying to apply color is equal to red. Here color is an example of property, red is an example of value. Okay, let us create this application program. So just go to file menu, new file, save the file, css first example.html. We have to save it inside C:*CSS folder. So creating a basic syntax of HTML, CSS first example, okay. Here I am going to have some heading tags. We have few heading tags. Now for all these headings I want to apply red color. In order to apply the color for all these headings, we have to first go to the style tag. Here we have to select the h1 tag. How do we select this h1 tag? By using the tag selector, that is h1. So h1 is called as a tag selector, which will select all these instances of the h1 tag. For all these instances, we are going to apply some color is equal to red. Now we can notice the red color is will be applied for the all h1 tags. So let's execute this program. Now we can see for all the headings we can see the red color. Okay, now we can see red color. So I want to change the style. For example, I want to add a background color for this particular heading. So what will you do? In the same selector, we are going to add one more property, background color is equal to some color name, for example yellow color. So yellow color will be the background for this with the red color text. So here in this example we have 3 points. One is selector, property, value. Selector will select the element, that is it will decide for what elements it has to apply the style. So we are specifying that h1, that means all these h1 tags will be selected. For all these h1s we are trying to apply the color, that is color is equal to red. Here color is a property, red is a value. Okay, now I want to apply the red color for only for specific element, for example only for this first instance. But how do we identify this first instance? There should be some identification name for that. In order to specify the identification name, we have to use ID selector. ID is equal to some ID can be given, for example my heading. Here my heading is just a user defined name, we can give any identification name. So based on the ID I want to select the particular heading, only the first heading. Then what we have to do, hash is required. Hash is a symbol of ID selector. Hash is symbol of ID selector, so it is selecting only the single instance that is having ID equal to my heading, and ID cannot be duplicate. And for this heading we are trying to apply the color is equal to blue color. Now if you can notice, only for first heading we can see blue color, for all the remaining we can see red color. So in case if you want to select the tags based on the tag name, we have to use tag selector. In place of h1 we can give any tag name such as p, div or anything. And in case if you want to select a single element, then we have to use ID selector, that is hash. Okay, now I want to specify some CSS properties. So the first one, color, will specify text color. Already we have seen this in example, color is used to specify the text color. Second property is background color, specifies background color of the element. And the third one is font family. This will specify name of the font. To specify the name of the font, we have to use font family. Let me show an example. Let me take one more example. So same content repeats. Okay, font properties is a topic name. So file name is font properties.html. Here I would like to have some heading with a paragraph. Okay, some heading I want to just take. To take some dummy content, go to Google page, click on terms. In the terms, we can just copy paste some heading and paragraph. For example, I am just copying and pasting welcome to Google. That is a heading for us. And also we have some paragraph. And for easy access, I am going to give ID for each of these particular heading and paragraph. So ID is equal to my heading, for this paragraph ID is equal to my paragraph. Based on this ID, we can easily select them. First, I am selecting the my heading. So for this, I am just giving color equal to blue. Now we can notice for the H1 we can export the blue color. Now we can notice the blue color applied for the heading, and I want to change the paragraph font family. To specify the font family, we have to use font family property. So here for this paragraph, for the my paragraph, font family is equal to, here we can specify any default font name. For example, I am just writing Times New Roman. It is one of the fonts. So you can refresh. Now you can see Times New Roman font. So in case if you want to know the font names, just go to your notepad, format menu, font. Here you can see the sample fonts. Any one of these fonts we can try to use. For example, I am trying to use Encode Sans font. Encode Sans. Now we can notice that font is applied. So let me apply this font for the heading, and for the content we are going to apply another font called Consolers. Now we can see heading is having one font, that is Encode Sans. For the content we can see another font called the Consolers. Next property, font size. This will specify size of the font. To specify the size of the font, we have to use font size property. So the default font size is 16 pixels. We can increase or decrease it. For example, I am just giving 10 pixels. Notice now the paragraph is having very small in size. We can even increase it. For example, 20 pixels. 20 pixels. Now you can see 20 pixels font size. As per the requirement, we can give anything. Next, also I want to apply bold. To apply the bold, we have to give font weight is equal to bold. Now we can see bold for the text. Also, in case if you want to apply the italic, we have to add font style italic. Now we can see the italic is applied for the font. Next, letter spacing will specify gap between letters. For example, 10 pixels. Now we can notice gap between letters increased. Next, word spacing will specify gap between words. For example, I am just giving word spacing 30 pixels. Now in between the words, the gap is increased, that is 30 pixels. Next, line height specifies height of the line. For example, I am just giving 50 pixels. Now you can notice the gap between lines have been increased. Each line occupying 50 pixels of height. The height of the line of text is 50 pixels right now. Each line is 50 pixels here equally. Next, text decoration. None means normal, that means as it is the text is visible, and also we have underline. Underline will display underline for the text. You can see the below the text we have line, that is underline, and also we have overline. Overline will display above the text, you will have a line. Okay, underline will display below the text, overline will display above the text. Another option is line through, will display across the text, that is also called a strikeout. Next, to specify the alignment, we have to use text align. Text align, the default align is left alignment. Instead of that, I am just writing right alignment. Now we can notice the text is right aligned. So right side edges are correctly maintained, but not left side. Next, also we have center. So each line is center aligned now. Each line horizontally center. For example, this line is center, this line is center. Each line is aligned center individually. Alternatively, we can specify justify in order to align them justified. So now we can notice both the left side and right side edges are correctly maintained. Next property, text transform, will display uppercase, means only uppercase letters will be displayed. Now we can notice the text is uppercase, means the complete text is now converted into uppercase. And also we can notice lowercase. Now the text is completely converted into lowercase. So uppercase, text transform uppercase will display the text in uppercase. Text transform lowercase will display the text in lowercase. Another option is capitalize, means in every word first letter capital. In every word first letter capital. For example, our O caps services, S caps or A caps, etc. But these properties are being applied for the entire paragraph. Instead of that, I want to apply the particular paragraph for a particular word. For example, I want to highlight only this particular word, product requirements. Only this single word I want to highlight with a different color and font weight, etc. Then what will you do? In order to identify that particular part of the text, we have to keep that particular text inside a span tag. We have to keep the text inside the span tag. So span tag is opened and closed. Inside the span tag, we are going to place some ID. For example, identification name is a span1. So only by placing span, we don't see any difference particularly, but now we can identify that text as independent item. So for the span1, we can apply any style. So span1, first we are selecting the span1. After selecting, we can apply the color for it. For example, color equal to green. Now it is applying the green color for the particular paragraph. And also we can add font weight bold. For this we will go normal. So the entire text is normal, but only the particular word is bolded now. And we can also increase the font size. The paragraph font size is 20 pixels, but we are going to give 24 pixels. Now we can notice the span1 is 24 pixels. Okay. Now we can also apply a background color if required. Background color, some pink color. So only for the particular text, the background color is applied. So which are the properties you would like to apply, including background color, font size, font weight, anything can be applied by using the span tag. So the purpose of this span tag is representing a particular text, a particular part of the text. I want to highlight this particular word or this particular sentence or this particular part of the text. We can apply by using the span tag. So if the span tag is not there, what happens? Only we can apply the style for entire paragraph. If I want to highlight the particular text, that may not be possible. So but fortunately we have a span tag to highlight the particular text. So first we have to place the heading, and for the heading we will apply the style. Next also we have placed the paragraph, we have applied the style. Inside the paragraph, for a particular word, we can give the span tag, and also we have applied the style for the span tag itself. Now let us see how to apply the background color and background image for the entire web page. So let us check it. background.html I am going to create. Okay, just we have created a simple page which is having a heading and paragraph. I want to apply background color for the entire web page. To apply the background color, we have to use body tag, because the body tag is representing the complete web page. This complete white color area where you can see the web page is called as body tag right now. So inside the body tag, we are going to apply some style. For example, just background color, and in order to specify the color code, we have to specify FF, that is hexadecimal number. So we can choose the color here. So once we have selected a color like this, automatically for the selected color, the color code is typed here. So here internally it will follow RGB format, means first number is representing red, next number is representing green, next number is representing blue, RGB. Out of 6 characters, each 2 characters represent red, green, blue. So by combination of red, green, blue, we can generate 16 million colors. So that is RGB formula. So now we can notice the background color has been changed. Now I want to apply background image. So let's have an image first. For example, we have an image called trees.jpg. We have an image trees.jpg. So this one, trees.jpg. I want to apply this image as a background image for the entire web page. So first we have to copy this and paste in the current working folder, that is C:CSS. And how to apply this file name as a background image? Just we have to add background image, file name URL of trees.jpg. Now this image has been applied as a background image for the entire web page. Now we can notice the background image changed. Okay, there is a property called background attachment. The background attachment property specifies whether the background image should be scrolled or not. To understand this, let me create some more number of paragraphs. This span tag is not required for this. So I'm going to repeat the same paragraph. I'm just copying and pasting several times to add more content. To add the more content, I'm just copying and pasting in the paragraph. Now you can see huge content. But the question is, when you scroll the page up and down, is the background image scrolling? Yes, background image is also scrolling along with the content. But now we have an option called background attachment equal to fixed. By adding this option background attachment fixed, what happens is now the web page is just only text is scrolling, background image is stable as it is. Only text is scrolling on the top of it. So in case if you want to scroll the text, only scroll the text but not the background image, we have to give background attachment fixed. So the background image, the background attachment has two options, scroll and fixed. Scroll means the background image also will be scrolled along with the text. Background attachment fixed means the background image will be fixed on the top of it, only text is scrolling on the top of the paragraph, on the top of the background image. Okay, now let us try to understand opacity property for this. Next property, opacity. So opacity property, opacity.html, I just create. In this case also we have a background image for the web page. Now I want to apply a background color for the paragraph also. So for the first paragraph we have some ID, for example P1 for paragraph 1, So for this P1, I'm just trying to apply a background color. In order to select the color code, we have to give FF, and if you just place the mouse pointer on that, it is showing the color palette, and you can choose any color of your choice. But this color palette will be shown only in the Visual Studio Code window, but not in the Notepad. If you are writing the program through Notepad, you will not get this color palette. So let's save and run this. Now we can see there is a box, and that particular box is not transparent right now. I want to make this box transparent. That means through this particular box, the background information also should be visible. So how to make it visible? Let's try to notice. So as it is not transparent, the text is clearly visible. The background image is not visible on the back side of it. Now I would like to make this particular box transparent. In order to make the box transparent, we have to give opacity property. The opacity property makes the particular content transparent, so that through the particular element the background image also will be visible. So we can just add opacity. Opacity is 0.7 for example. So actually we can give any number between 0 to 0.1, whereas 0 means completely the element is transparent. 1 means completely it is non-transparent. So any middle number, for example 0.7, 0.8, etc., will make the paragraph transparent. Now you can see the paragraph is transparent. So through this particular paragraph, we can see the background information also. Means if you just reduce more, for example we have given 0.5, so through the paragraph we can see the background image. That means it is transparent right now. So we have understood the opacity property. Now let us try to understand the next chapter in CSS, that is understanding the div tag. Actually div that is a tag is related to HTML language, but it is correct to explain the div tag in CSS because you don't understand the div tag importance in HTML. That's why even though earlier I have shown you a basic example of a div tag in HTML, I did not explain much. So this is the correct time to understand the div tag. So what is exactly the div? So well, a web page is there, complete web page, so having many boxes. Each individual box inside a web page is called as a div. A box inside a web page is called as a div. A meaningful part, a meaningful division of the page. For example, a header part, navigation bar, left side column, page content, footer. Each box is called as a div tag. And div is a division of the page, it's a part of the page, and inside the div we can place any content whatever you wish. For example, you want to place some images or tables or forms, anything, any content we can place inside the div tag. So we can place the div inside the div. Suppose we have outer div, inside the outer div we have a inner div. So outer div is a container, inner div is a child of the outer container. So let's try to create the div tags practically. Okay, let's have a look at once the div tag. I am just taking empty HTML file, so there is no CSS inside it, even there is no HTML, just basic syntax is there like this. Just in this one I want to just add a div tag. So the look and feel of the div is like this, just it's a box. Inside the box we can place some content, for example div1. Now you can see the plain text. See, only by placing div tag you will not get any special design or special background color or border. Just div is a box. So for this div, whichever the style you want, we have to apply manually, like background color or border or else anything we have to apply. So let's give some ID for this, for example div1, and we have to select it by using its ID selector. So div1 hash div1 will select this particular div, and for this hash div1 we are trying to apply the background color. Suppose the background color is some green color, for example. So now we can see the color. Suppose if you don't like it, you can change the color, suppose some magenta color. So any color we can just provide. We can also increase the font size by using font size property. For example, 35 pixels. Now you can see 35 pixels, right? Like this you can create any number of div tags. In case if you create multiple div tags, for example 5 div tags, 5 div tags are created, and for each div tag we are going to give a different background colors. So div1, div2, div3, div4 and div5. For each div we are trying to apply different colors. For example, I'm just applying some different color, for example this one. Okay, so I'm just choosing a different colors for each one so that you can just understand. So okay, so for this I want to add a text color is white, and for this fourth one we have some different color, even for this last one also. Okay, so we have given different colors. So the boxes are like this, the div tag boxes are like this, right? The div tag is occupying the complete available width. In case if you maximize, you can see like this, complete width of the web page is 100% occupied by the div tags. So even though content is small, content is very small, the complete width is occupied by the div tags. And we can change the width and height of the div tags by using width height properties. For example, I'm just adding for the div1 width is equal to 200 pixels, height is equal to 150 pixels. The width property specifies width of the div and height property specifies height of the div. So now we can see the width is 200 pixels, height is 150 pixels, and we can give the width and height for each div. I'm just giving width and height for each div. We can give same values or different values. So we have 5 divs, so that you can see the 5 div tags, right? But I want to display these particular div tags side by side. In order to display side by side, what we have to do is that to display them side by side, we have to give float left. Float left allows you to display side by side. So here float left, here also float left. So we have to add the float left for the div tags where you want to display them side by side. We have added float left for all the div tags, so we can see all the div tags side by side. Then what about div5? Why it is going to next line is the reason there is no sufficient space. If you just maximize, if you just resize the browser, you can see the div tag side by side. Okay, now let me reduce the width. For example, width is 150 pixels I'm giving for all. So now we can exactly see side by side. So we can give any number of pixels for the width. Now all the div tags appear side by side right now. Okay, so we can give any pixels for the width, any pixels for the height. So all the div tags appear side by side. Now I want to push the div4 to next line expectedly. Always I want to push the div4 next line. Presently what happening is that if the content is small, okay, there is no sufficient place for that, then only div4 is going to next line. But I want to push the div4 always to be next line. I never want to see the D4 in the first line. Then what we have to do, to push it to next line, we have to add one more property, clear left. Okay, so by giving clear left, what you can try to do, we are trying to say that it is going to next line. Clear left says that next line. So we have to give clear left from where you want to go to next line. So for a div1 we have given float left, for div2 float left, for div3 float left. So for all these div tags we have given float left. So for which one you want to go to next line, for that only we have to give clear left. So float left will display them in a order, in a sequence. To cut the sequence, to stop the sequence, we have to give clear left. And there is a possibility of using float right also. Instead of using float left, we can also keep them float right. So let's make in a separate file. Instead of giving float left, I am giving float right. So wherever float left is, I am just replacing with the float right. In case of float left, we have to use clear left. In case of float right, we have to use clear right. Okay, so just we have added float right. Now we can notice the float right is displaying right to left order, means this direction, right to left direction. So whereas the first one here and the second one in the left hand side of that, third one is again left hand side of that. So float left means the direction is left to right, float right means the direction is right to left. So generally in the applications we would like to use float left in most of the cases. It is rare to go for float right. Okay, so I want to specify the margin, that means gap between these particular div tags. So I am just adding margin, some pixels, for example 5 pixels margin. So surrounding the div we can see some margin. You can notice instead of giving here, I am just giving in the previous example, right. Okay, here notice the div1. So surrounding, and that means in the top side, right side, bottom side and the left side also, for surrounding all the sides of the particular div, we can see 5 pixels margin is maintained. We can even give more value, for example 25 pixels will have a more value. So surrounding all the 4 sides, so margin top, margin right, margin bottom, margin left, all the 4 sides you can see margin is maintained. And we can give the margin for all the remaining div tags also. Okay, so margin 25 pixels, margin 25, margin 25 for each. For each div we have given margin 25 pixels. Now we can see all the div tags are appear side by side. At the same time some gap is maintained. So can you guess how many pixels distance between these two? Answer is 50 pixels distance. The reason how it is 50 pixels, so we have given 25 pixels margin for the div1 and a 25 pixels margin for the div2 also, right? So 25 pixels right margin for the div1 plus 25 pixels left margin for the div2. So 25 pixels right margin of the div1 plus 25 pixels left margin of the div2. 25 plus 25, 50 pixels distance is maintained here. Even here, everywhere, even here, everywhere you can see 50 pixels distance. So in order to reduce it, we have to reduce the right margin of the div2 or left margin of the div2. Okay, so we can specify the gap between the elements by using margin, and also we can provide border. So border style we can give, for example solid, means we can see a standard border for the div1. Okay, so a standard border, normal plain border is visible surrounding the div1. And also border style, for example 5 pixels, we are increasing the thickness of the border width 5 pixels. Now you can see border thickness has been increased. Okay, and also border color also can be specified. For example, we can see blue color. So blue color border is given for the particular div. So instead of repeatedly writing the 3 different properties, we can also specify them in shortcut way, that is just we have to give border, just a border. Okay, first we have to give border width space border style space border color. That's all. Okay, so just by giving border width space border style and border color, we can just bring the same here. So even this border is same, but in the first case we have mentioned separately, individually border style separately, border width, border color, but in the second case we have used a shortcut way. So let's repeat the same for all the remaining, and yeah. So now we have given the border for all the div tags, and we can see border. Okay, even for third one border is there. Okay, let me change this one. Right. So now we can see the border. Now we have some property called border radius. So border radius, I am giving 10 pixels. So border radius will make it rounded corners. Now you can see the border of the div one, it's having border radius, rounded corners on all these 4 sides. So we have given the same for all the remaining. Border radius 5 pixels, 10 pixels. We have given border radius for all the div tags. So now we can see border radius for all the div tags. Like this we can specify. So here what are the different properties we have learned? Okay, so the div tag is representing a single box. Inside the div we have some content, and inside the div we are going to place some any kind of content, maybe paragraph or text or images or tables, whatever it is. We have applied a margin, padding, border, and float left to display them side by side, clear left to go to next line. So we have understood the CSS basics, and also we have understood the div tag and margin, border, padding. Okay, so in the further lessons we will enhance more about the CSS. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson we are going to see different CSS selectors. In the last class we have seen the border, margin, div tags, float left, this type of topics. In the today's lesson we are going to understand the CSS selectors. The concept of CSS is, first step, select the element, then we have to apply the style. In order to select the element we have to use the CSS selector. After selecting, then we can apply the styles. So what style you will apply, whether you apply the font or background color or border, that is secondary matter. The first requirement is, first we have to select. So in order to select the element we have to use something called as CSS selectors. To identify the elements we have to use CSS selectors. See, in the web page you might be having lot of HTML tags, div tag, p tag, heading tag, or a table tag or list tag or whatever. I want to pick up a particular item, then we can apply the style to the element. To identify the particular element, to select the particular element, we have to use the CSS selectors. CSS provides various types of selectors, means different conditions. For example, in front of us 1000 people are sitting. I want to call a particular person. First, based on his name I can call him. In case if I don't know his particular name, I can call him by his roll number, or by his shirt color, or by his row number. I can select him based on different conditions. Similarly, in the web page also you might be having lot of HTML tags, and we can apply the particular item, we can select the particular item based on some particular selector. If you want to select an element based on tag, we have to use tag selector. Based on ID means ID selector. Based on class means class selector. Tag name and class name means compound selector. Parent-child relationship means child selector. Like this we have different conditions, so we have different selectors. So let's try to understand all these selectors in detail. So check this CSS selectors. CSS selectors, selector is a syntax to select the element. The concept is first we have to select the element and then we have to apply style. So in order to select the element we have several selectors. The first one, tag selector, next ID selector, class selector, compound selector, grouping selector, child selector, direct child selector, attribute selector. These are the important list of selectors available in CSS. Now let us try to understand each one. The first one we will take, that is a tag selector. Now if you take the tag selector, it selects the elements, it selects all instances of specific tag. Here instances means examples. Every time when a tag is present, we have to call it as one instance or example. In order to select all instances of the particular tag, we have to use tag selector. The syntax for this is just a tag name. By providing the just tag name, we are able to select the particular element. Now let us try to understand the example based on this. See, we are going to take a new program. First HTML head body, this part is common. HTML head body. Head is representing the non-content information. Body is representing content information. The title, what topic we are trying to practice here, tag selector. Then we have to save this. Now observe carefully, we have some p tags, paragraph tags. I want to select all instances of the particular paragraph. To select all instances of the particular paragraph, we have to use the tag selector. Here wherever p tag is present, I want to select all of them at a time. Then in order to do so, we have to use tag selector. Now in the style I am just writing just a p for paragraph. I am selecting all instances of the p tag. So this is the p tag. This is the p tag. All instances of the p tag will be at a time selected. After selecting, then we are trying to apply some style for it. For example, I am just trying to apply a background color is equal to sky blue. Now save this. File name tag selector.html. We have to save it in the location called C:CSS. Then go to the particular folder and run this program. Double click on HTML file to run. Then we can see for all the paragraphs the sky blue background color has been set. Here the point is the P is a tag selector which selects all instances of the particular P tag in the entire web page, wherever it may be. Now here the requirement is I want to select a particular single tag, only the single tag. For example, only this single P tag I want to select. How do we point out the particular instance of the paragraph? We can do that by using ID selector. So let's take the ID selector. Second selector is ID selector. It selects a single instance of the specific tag based on ID. Based on ID, to select a single instance, we have to use ID selector. I want to select a single instance, means only the para 1 or only the para 2. Only single tag can be selected by using ID selector. the symbol is hash. Hash is symbol of ID. First we have to provide hash, then followed by ID. So hash will search wherever ID is equal to the so and so given identification name, automatically that particular single instance will be selected. Then for that we can apply some style. Now check it. We are going to take an example of ID selector. ID selector. Now for example, I want to select only the para 1, only the para 1. Then what we have to do? ID equal to P1. Based on this ID, we are trying to select a single element, so we have to provide hash P1. Hash P1 will search the entire web page. Wherever P1 is there, for that item, the particular background color will be applied. Now you can notice, instead of applying the background color for all the paragraph, only the single para 1 is having the style. So to select a single tag, what we have to use? ID selector. To select all instances, tag selector. But sometimes you require few. For example, you have to select para 1, para 2, para 4. Few elements, not all, not one, few elements. Then what we have to use? We have to go for the class selector. So let's understand the class selector. It selects few elements that are having specific class. Here the syntax is dot class name. Dot is symbol of class, so dot class name will search for the particular tag that is having the specific class. Wherever the class is matching, that specific item will be selected. Now let's apply this. Class selector.html. Now I would like to select para 1, para 2, para 4 also. Suppose we have few more. Para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have basically 6 paragraphs. See, I want to select para 1, para 2, para 4, para 5 also. Whichever the items that you want to select, for those elements we have to apply class is equal to some class name, for example class 1. This class 1 is just user defined name. We can provide any other different name. Then we are trying to apply class equal to class 1 for the elements where you want to select. I want to really select para 1, para 2, para 4 and 5. For those elements only we have to provide class equal to class 1. So based on the class name we have to apply the style. So dot is symbol of class selector. If you want to represent ID, hash. If you want to represent class, dot. So dot class 1 has selected the para 1, para 2, para 4 and para 5 also, because these elements only are having the specific class. Here the class name can be anything. See, in the real-time applications, what will you do? If you want to select the elements based on some condition, for example, you would like to select all these language names. So for all these language names, we have to provide a class equal to some class name, for example language. Class equal to language, class equal to language, class equal to language. For all these language names, class equal to language. Then you have to provide dot language, just like dot class 1. Then we can apply some underline or whatever the style you want. Similarly, if you want to select all these privacy terms and settings, these 3 hyperlinks, then for these 3 we have to provide class equal to class 2. For the class 2 we can apply some different style. So whenever you want to select a few elements, we have to use class selector. But sometimes what we have to do, you have to check the tag name and the class name also. Then we should go for the compound selector. Compound selector is a 4th type of selector which is used to select the element based on the tag name and the class name also. It selects one or more elements based on tag name and class name. At a time you want to select that based on the tag name and the class name. Tag name you want to check and class name also you want to check. Then what we have to do, syntax is tag dot class name. So if you provide only the tag, that we have to call it as tag selector. Only dot class name, class selector. If you combine both, that is compound selector. Tag dot class name. First we have to provide the required tag, for example p, then dot class name, for example dot class 1. So it will automatically search for the elements that are having the specific tag with a specific class. Only the particular tag is present, it will not be selected. Only the class is present, it will not be selected. At a time, the both conditions should be match. It should be tag plus at the same time class. Now what we will do is that I am just creating a new program, compound selector. Compound selector dot html. Now have a look once, compound selector. Okay, now here the small problem that we have to understand is we have bold tag, B for bold, and also we have span tag. Do you remember span? To represent a small portion of the text, we have to use a span tag. So we have span 1, span 2, bold 1, bold 2. So for these bold and span tags also, we can apply the same class. Same class name is applicable for the bold tags and the span tags also. Now we can notice. So we have just provided the class equal to class 1. As we have provided dot class 1, it is selecting the bold tag and the span tag also. Notice we have not mentioned only we want p tag. We just said that dot class 1. Dot class 1 means it is including the p tags, b tags and span tag. Irrespective of the tag name, wherever class equal to class 1, all those elements will be selected. But in this case, as you want to select only the p tag that is having class equal to class 1, then what we have to do, we have to add the tag name at the left hand side. Now what happens is that tag name dot class name means we have to call it as compound selector. So it must be p tag, at the same time it should be having class equal to class 1. So is it p tag? Yes. Is it having class equal to class 1? Yes. So this para 1 will be selected. Now check the para 2. Is it a p tag? Yes. Is it having class equal to class 1? Yes. So this also will be selected. Now check the third one. Is it p tag? Yes. But is it having class equal to class 1? No. So the para 3 will not be selected. And the process continues till ending. So finally, how many elements will be selected? Check it. Para 1, para 2, para 4, para 5 only will be selected. Bold, italic, span tag will not be selected. The reason, we are looking for only the p tags, not for the b tag, not for the I tag, not for a tag. So we clearly mentioned that the tag should be p tag. At the same time, the same tag should be having class equal to class 1. So now you can see only for p tags that is having class equal to class 1, the particular style is applied, not for the b tag and span tag. So if you want to look only the tag name, then tag selector. Only the class name, then class selector. Tag name and class name at a time, then compound selector. Next one, grouping selector we have to use. It selects a set of tags. To select a few tags, to select a set of tags, we have to use grouping selector. Means tag 1, tag 2, tag 3, a number of tags we can provide like this. I am selecting all instances of the tag 1 plus all instances of the tag 2 plus all instances of the tag 3 at a time you want to choose. Then what we have to use, grouping selector. Comma is symbol of grouping selector. Remember, hash is symbol of ID selector. Dot is symbol of class selector. Tag name dot class name is a symbol of compound selector. Like that, comma is symbol of grouping selector. So all instances of the tag 1 plus tag 2 plus tag 3 will be selected at a time with the help of the grouping selector. So check this program. Grouping selector. I created a separate program, grouping selector.html. So at a time I want to select all the p tags, span tag plus b tag. all instance of the p tag, span tag, b tag at a time will be selected with the help of the grouping selector. Now we need not give any class name or ID anywhere. I am just removing the class. So I am selecting all instances of the p tag, b tag and span tag. All these elements will be selected at a time. Check this output. Now we can see for all of them the background color is applied. So don't think like only we can apply these selectors for p tag only. In fact, we can apply for any HTML tag. What are the HTML tags I told earlier? For any HTML tag, any selector is applicable. At the same time, don't think like only we can apply the background color with these selectors. We can apply any other styles whatever I told, such as font, margin, border, etc. For example, let's add border also for this. Border is equal to 3 pixels solid red. Now you can see the border also just applied. At the same time, we have a property called padding. Padding, for example, 20 pixels. Now we can notice the gap between the border and content has been changed. Padding is the gap between the border and the content. I mean to say this gap, these gaps are called padding. So in this area only, actual content will be displayed. Okay, so like this we can apply any CSS selector, CSS style like background color, background image, padding, border, margin, anything. Okay. The next type of selector is child selector. It selects all instances of the specific child that are present inside the specific parent. First, it will locate the particular parent. Inside the particular parent, it will identify some children, and those specific children will be selected with the help of the child selector. Check it. So simply we have to provide parent space child. So in this particular parent, the particular type of children will be selected. I am selecting the particular type of children that are present inside the particular parent. So now let's have a look at once. Check the example. Child selector.html. To understand this example, I am going to take a div tag. Do you remember a div tag? Div tag is very, very important. Div is a box. Div is a container. Inside the div, we can place any other HTML tags. So inside the div, we are going to place a set of tags, for example, some paragraphs. We have a div with some paragraphs. So here, para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is the point here? The div is a parent. Div is a parent. Para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the children. For para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, div is a parent. For a div, body is a parent. For the body, HTML is a parent. Simple logic. Outer box is a parent, inner box is a child. So in that way, the para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the children inside a div. Okay. Now, in this example, I want to locate the paragraphs which are present inside the div. Some paragraphs may be present outside the div. I don't want to select all of them. Then what we have to do, div space p, div space p. I am selecting all the p tags that are present inside the div. So here space is symbol of child selector. As I told already here, parent space child. Space is symbol of child selector. See, did you remember? Comma is symbol of grouping selector. Dot is symbol of class selector. Hash is symbol of ID selector. Similarly, space is a symbol of child selector. So left side one is treated as a parent, right side one is treated as a child. So inside the particular parent, the particular type of children will be selected. That means inside the div, only the p tag will be selected. So for example, inside this p, I am trying to provide background color light green, and also border 2 pixel dotted blue. This particular given style will be applied for all the paragraphs that are present inside the div. Now let's execute this. Now you can see the particular style is applied only for para 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 but not for para 6 and 7. Why it has not applied for para 6 and 7? The reason is that these para 6 and 7 are present outside the div and we are looking for only the p inside the div. The meaning of div space p, we are trying to find the p tags that are children of the div, not the other than the children. So for this condition only the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are matching, not the 6 and 7. Okay, next after that we also have direct child selector. It selects all the direct children of the specific parent. Okay, direct children of the specific parent. So parent greater than child. Parent greater than child means we are looking for a direct children of the particular parent, not the children of children, means not the grandchildren, only the direct children I want to select. Then what we have to do, then we have to use the direct child selector, that is greater than. Now just have a look at once. In the child selector there is a nature. So for example, inside the div we have a child called b for bold. Inside that we have some other p tags like this. Now what do you think, will it select this para 6 and 7 now? Answer is yes, it will select the para 6 and 7 also, even though it is present inside the b, because b is present inside the div. See, div space p means that including grandchildren, means for this div b is a child and for this b para 6 and 7 are the children. So here it's including grandchildren. So para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of the div. Check it. Para 6 and 7 are the direct children of b. b is a direct child of div. So para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of div, right? Just like you are the child of your parent. Your parent is a child of his parent, right? So similarly, para 6 and 7 are the grandchildren of div. So in this case, child selector includes grandchildren, but direct child selector excludes grandchildren. So in case if I just convert the same into the direct child selector, that is greater than instead of space, now what happens, para 6 and 7 will not be selected now. Para 6 and 7 not selected. The reason, para 6 and 7 are the direct childs, are the grandchildren, direct child selector will not select it. So we are looking for only the p tags that are directly the children of the div, but not we are looking inside the child of another one. So that is the meaning. So if you want to include grandchildren, including grandchildren, we have to use child selector. If you want excluding grandchildren, okay, then we have to use the direct child selector. Include the grandchildren, child selector, excluding grandchildren, direct child selector. Next, attribute selector also useful for us. Attribute selector means it selects the elements based on the attribute value. I am selecting one or more elements that are based on the specific attribute value. If the element is having a specific attribute, that element only we are trying to select there. So for example, syntax is tag name. In the square brackets, we have to provide attribute is equal to in double quotes value. Check there. First, we have to provide the tag name. In this particular tag, okay, in this particular tag, there should be an attribute. That attribute must be having this particular value. So, if the particular value is present, then only that element we are trying to select, otherwise not. Now, check there. In order to demonstrate this, the best example is images. So, let me have some images in this particular folder. I just go to images location and I just copy paste some of the sample images. Suppose we have img1.jpg 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 images we are going to copy and paste into current working location. Practice time, you can download the images from Google. Now, I want to display these images in my web page. Okay, these images. So, I am just removing this CSS style. Also, these div tags and p. Only just I want img src equal to img1.jpg, width is equal to some number of pixels, for example 200 pixels. Okay, we have 5 images. Okay, we have 5 images. In fact, if you maximize the screen, okay, just a minute, I am removing the BR. Okay, now in case if you maximize the screen, the images appear side by side. Okay, again, now the images are appears line by line because of the space. Okay, if you increase the space, automatically they appear side by side. Anyways, now here the point is, I want to demonstrate the attribute selector. See, conceptually img is a tag, src width are attributes, right? So, this is the tag, src width are attributes. So, I want to select all the img tags. For all the img tags, I am trying to apply some border, for example 4 pixel solid red. Now we can expect the red color border for all the images, as you can see there. But I don't want all the images, only the first image. Actually, if the first image is having some ID or class name, it will be easy to select it. In case if you have ID, we can use ID selector, that is hash. In case if you have a class name, we can use a class selector like a dot. But the problem is it's not having any ID or class name, but we are able to select it based on its unique src value. Basically, src is an attribute value, right? So we have to use attribute selector. Src is equal to img1.jpg. Simple. We are looking for img tag that is having an src equal to img1.jpg. What tag we are looking for is img tag. At the same time, it should be having an attribute called src with value img1.jpg. Now we can notice, we can see only the first one is selected. In case if you want to select the second one, we can change img2.jpg. Now what happens? Now we can see the only second one is selected. So based on the value of the src attribute, we are trying to select. So this is what we call it as attribute selector. Next, also we have some additional selectors, that is h over selector. It selects, it applies the style only when the user places mouse pointer on the element. It applies the style only when the user places the mouse pointer on the element. Okay, so if you place the mouse pointer on the element, then only the style will be applied. Syntax is tag name colon h over. Tag name colon h over. Now have a look at once. See, for example, if you place the mouse pointer on the button is highlighting, right? Even here also. If you place the mouse pointer on a language name, it is highlighting. That's because of h over. Okay, let's try to understand H over. H over means the mouse pointer is over on it. Okay, so H over. Let me take some paragraph tags. Paragraph P tag. So we have a few set of paragraph tags. Now it is displaying para 1, 2, 3, 4. Now when the user places mouse pointer on the paragraph, I want to apply the style. So if you just write like P and give some style, for example background color, this style will be applied for all the paragraphs unconditionally. But I don't want like this. When the user places mouse pointer on the particular paragraph, then only you would like to apply the style. Then what we have to do, colon H over, which means that when you place mouse pointer on that moment only the style is being applied conditionally. If you just come out, nothing is applied. If you just place the mouse pointer on that, then only the H over style gets applied. Exactly in the same way, we can also take some buttons. So we are going to take the button tag, for example OK button, cancel button, anything. OK, cancel, apply. I am selecting all the button tags. For all the button tags, we are trying to apply some background color, for example light green. So now we can see light green background color is applied for all the buttons, and also we can see border style, border 1 pixel, solid black. Now you can see the border. Okay, I want this should be blue. Okay, just I am trying to select the blue color from this color palette. Okay, this type of blue. Okay, now we can see the blue color border, and at the same time I would like to change the padding of these particular buttons. Padding, suppose 6 pixels padding. So you can see the gap between the border and content. Gap between border and content increased. Okay, right. So now we can see the 3 buttons. Also, I would like to apply this shadow for these particular buttons. To apply the shadow, we have to give box shadow. The property box shadow is used to apply this shadow for the particular button, not only for button but also for P tag, div tag, anything. So 4 pixel and 4 pixel means horizontally 4 pixels and vertically 4 pixels. Now we can see shadow horizontally 4 pixels mode, vertically 4 pixels mode. Now also we can give blur radius. Blur radius means we can see blur effect. The shadow is having blur effect right now. See, previously the shadow was very clear cut shadow. The shadow is very clear cut shadow. Now we are adding some blur effect. Also we are adding some spread 1 pixel. Means the shadow area will be increased. The shadow will be spread. Also now I am giving 0 pixel for the horizontal, 0 pixels for the vertical. Now we can see look like this. Okay, with shadow. Also we have margin. Margin for example 10 pixels. Now when you place the mouse pointer on that, you would like to apply some style. So button colon H over. Button colon H over. On placing the mouse pointer on that, you want to change the background color of the particular button as dark green, and also the text color should be white color, and also the box shadow should be spread value should be changed as 3 pixels. So 3 points you want to change on H over, that is background color, text color, and box shadow. Now when you place the mouse pointer on that, the change is coming. Just a minute. Okay, the blur radius and the spread should be, yeah. Okay, now we can see the change. When you place the mouse pointer on that only, it is changing. Okay, like this we can change, and also we can change the shadow color. Shadow color, for example, some kind of blue color I am expecting, so okay, some kind of blue, same color I am trying to apply. This is for shadow color. Okay, now we can say the shadow color is set. Okay, now we can also apply transition box shadow to yes. Transition means slowly it has to apply the style. Slowly it has to apply the style. So see, when you place the mouse pointer on that, slowly it is applying the style. Let me make it as 0.5 seconds. It is applying the particular shadow in 0.5 seconds. Now you can see slowly, gradually shadow is changing. So what you can understand from this today's lesson is, if you understand the proper knowledge of the CSS selectors, we can make the beautiful look and feel for your buttons, text box and forms. So this is all about the CSS selectors. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson, we are trying to understand the document object of the JavaScript DOM. Yesterday, we have seen what is document object model and how to work with the window object we have seen. Also, yesterday we have started the document object properties. Today, we are trying to understand the document object methods. The document object is representing the exact white color area where you can see the actual web page. This is the browser window. Inside the browser window, the actual white color area where you can see the web page is called as a document object. So the document object is providing properties and methods to manipulate the document. Means we can access the properties like URL, the title, head, links, etc. Now today mainly we will focus on document object methods. So let us see the list of document object methods. So methods of document object. What are the methods? We have a method called write method, get element by ID, get elements by name, get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, query selector all, query selector. These are the predefined methods available in the document object. Okay, now let us try to understand the example of each method here. First, we are going to see the example of write method. Suppose we have some heading already. Inside the scripting, we are going to write a statement called document.write of hello. We can also use HTML tags. Here, document is an object. Write is the actual method. We are going to pass the string value as argument. This particular string value will be rendered on the screen. So let us save this write.html. We are going to save it in SQL and JavaScript. Go to the folder and run this. Now we can see the hello as output. So that means whatever the value we have given, that value will be displayed as it is in the screen. Here we can use any HTML tags, whatever you like. This will be printed here below the heading. We can also use the document.write statement multiple times. So we have repeated 3 times. Now we can see 3 paragraphs. But in real-time applications, document.write is not recommended. Alternatively, we have to manipulate the elements by using element properties and methods, which I will cover later in the further lessons. So the next method that we have is document.getElementById. The document.getElementById is used to retrieve the element based on the ID. Every HTML tag can have an ID, and based on the ID we are able to retrieve the specific element or specific instance of the element by using getElementById method. Here in this method, E caps, B caps and I caps, no space in the middle. So let us take an example on getElementById. getElementById.html. getElementById. For example, we have a paragraph ID equal to P1, that is para 1. I want to get the element based on the ID, that is getElementById of P1. So here document means the complete web page. getElementById will return the specific element based on the ID, and based on ID means what is ID here? P1 we have mentioned. So it will search for P1 element. P1 is found here, right? So this particular paragraph will be retrieved. After retrieving, we are trying to print it in the console. So console.log of the value that we can just provide. Now if you can execute this, now we can see the paragraph. The paragraph object is retrieved here, or paragraph element is retrieved here. Based on the paragraph element, you are able to manipulate the actual paragraph. Simple. This paragraph is retrieved by this statement. You can also write the same program in other way. First we can retrieve the paragraph based on ID, and we can store it inside a variable. So we can give any ID, for example A is just a variable. Using that variable, we are able to access the paragraph element. Here A is a variable, P1 is ID, and P is the name of the tag. So we are representing the same paragraph. In real time, it is better to store the reference of the paragraph inside a variable, and we can do any manipulation based on that. The next one, getElementsByName. Based on the name also we are able to get the elements. Let's take an example on getElementsByName. getElementsByName.html. Here we are trying to provide some name, maybe a common name for multiple paragraphs. We have given the same name for all the paragraphs. So we are able to retrieve all of them based on the name, that is ABC. In other words, this method will search the entire web page. Wherever name is equal to ABC, all those elements will be retrieved at a time as an array. So much like an array, we are able to retrieve the elements based on the index. For example, 0 means first paragraph, 1 means second paragraph, 2 means third paragraph. It is returning an object that is representing the complete set of paragraphs, group of paragraphs. Next step, get elements by tag name. Based on the tag name, we are able to retrieve all the elements. We are trying to select all instances of the particular tag based on the tag name. Here ID or name is not required. Directly we are able to give get elements by tag name, of the tag name, that is P. All instances of the P tag will be retrieved here. So let's run this. Now we can see all the paragraphs are selected here. Okay, now we can see all instances of the particular paragraph. Next, also we are going to use get elements by class name. Based on the class name, we are able to retrieve the elements. So I'm just selecting this get elements by class name. What is the method we are trying to use? Get elements by class name. So check there, get elements by class name. Based on the class name, we are selecting all the elements. Here, what is the name of the class? We have to specify. Suppose class is equal to ABC. So based on the ABC class, we are selecting all instances. Wherever ABC class is present, all of them we are selecting. Here just ABC is just an example name. We can use any other different name. Wherever the class name is matching, all of the elements will be selected here. So we are able to get the element based on ID, based on name, based on tag name, and based on class name. So among these four methods, get element by ID, get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, get elements by name, among these four methods, the main difference is get element by ID returns the direct object because ID cannot be duplicate. So based on ID, we are able to retrieve only single element at a time. But get elements by tag name or class name or name will select generally multiple elements. Even the particularly single element is found, it is treated as a object. So inside our object there will be multiple elements. So we have to use index in order to do any manipulation on that. For example, we have retrieved based on the tag name, get elements by tag name, only single paragraph is found. Even the single paragraph is found, it is written as a multiple objects. So that is the reason we have to return like 0 or 1, specific index needs to be written. So this is the main difference between get element by ID and other methods. Get element by ID returns the single object directly. Get elements by tag name, class name, and name returns an array, multiple. So inside which we are able to use the index. Based on the index only, we are able to retrieve the corresponding element. But in CSS, we have different other selectors. Based on selectors, we are able to retrieve the elements. For example, based on tag name or class name, and different symbols we have used. Like hash is for ID, dot is for class, space is for child selector. Like this, several classes we have used, several symbols. So based on the symbols also, we are able to retrieve the elements in JavaScript. Then we have to go for query selector all method. So let's understand query selector all method practically. So check there, query selector all is the name of the method. It is used to retrieve the elements based on the given criteria, maybe based on condition, based on CSS selectors, or whatever it is. So now query selector all, name of the method query selector all. So if you want to select all instances of the particular paragraph, then we are going to use query selector all of P. So much like a get elements by tag name, it is returning all instances of the particular paragraph. Here node list means list of nodes. Each paragraph is a node here. List of nodes is returned, that is each paragraph is represented like this. But we also have ID. For example, I want to select the para 1 based on the ID, we have to use hash P1. Here hash is symbol, it is a selector which is taken from CSS. Already told about ID selector, tag selector, child selector, attribute selector. Any of those CSS selectors can be used inside the method called query selector all. Next step. There is one more method called query selector, just query selector. Query selector all is different, query selector is different. What is the difference between query selector and query selector all? Query selector is selecting multiple elements, query selector returns single element. So check the difference very clearly. Query selector all returns multiple elements, more than one element, but query selector returns only single element. So check this, query selector. Actually we don't have ID. Based on the tag name we are selecting all instances. So it is selecting all the instance of the p tag, that is para 1, para 2, para 3 respectively. But instead of using query selector all, in case if you are using query selector, see it is returning only the first paragraph excluding the remaining. The reason query selector will receive only the first element among the specified condition, but whereas query selector all returns multiple elements. That is the difference between among them. So these are the several ways of getting. So the basic requirement of retrieving or selecting is, first we have to retrieve the elements, and based on the elements only we can do manipulations. So well, what kind of manipulations you can perform after retrieving the elements? For example, based on ID we have retrieved the specific element. So what kind of manipulation we are able to perform based on ID? So the element object contains the properties and methods of the each individual element. Here element means the HTML tag. For example, I want to manipulate the elements by using the properties and methods. So let me demonstrate the element properties and methods here. So let's understand element object. The element object represents a single HTML tag. The element object represents a single HTML tag. Any HTML tag may be h1 tag or p tag. Some particular tag is represented as HTML element. Inside that we have some properties. So have a look at once. Check there. Properties and the methods of element object. Okay, check it. Properties and methods list of element object. Element object has several properties and methods. Okay, now check it. The first one is tag name. Next one is ID. Next one is inner HTML, inner text, and style, parent element, children, scroll top. Okay, this is not required. Set attribute, get attribute, has attribute, remove attribute, attributes, focus, click, remove, append child. These are the properties and methods of the element object. All these properties can be used after retrieving an element based on ID or based on tag name or name. By using any of these ways, whenever we have retrieved a specific element, based on that you are able to manipulate all these set of tags, all these set of properties and methods. So let's try to understand each property and method very clearly. So first let us see the first property that is called tag name. First we are going to see something called tag name. So tag name.html, we are going to create a file called tag name.html. Suppose based on the ID we are retrieving a specific element, get element by ID of p hash p1. So based on that particular p1, I want to retrieve the corresponding tag name. To retrieve the name of the tag, that is p, we have to use dot tag name. This will give you the name of the tag of the corresponding element, that is p tag. The current working tag, that is p, can be retrieved here. Next one, ID. ID returns ID of the element. So ID, if you want to know the ID, then we have to use ID property. So we are going to use which one? ID. ID. Now check it, ID. So ID is returning the ID of the identification name of the element, which we have mentioned through ID property. Next also we have inner HTML. What is the name of the property? Inner HTML. The inner HTML property will give you inner content of the particular tag. Means whatever present in between the opening and closing tag, the actual content area is nothing but the inner HTML. See, this is opening tag, this is closing tag. Whatever present in the middle, that is called inner HTML. It includes the child tags also. For example, I am giving hello b world. So this is all the content of the inner HTML. Now we can see hello b world. It's including the child tags. Okay, if p is a parent, b is a child. Okay, so it's including the content. It's including the content of the particular paragraph. So that is the reason we can see including. If you want to retrieve the plain text only, then what do you require is we have to go for the inner text property. Inner text property will give you only the text content but not the inner HTML content. That means if it is containing the child tags are exclusive, only the actual text will be retrieved, that is hello followed by world. This b and /b will be ignored. Okay, if you want to get the including child tags, we have to use inner HTML. Excluding child tags means we have to use inner text. The next one, style property. So what is this style property? The style property is used to apply some style to the particular paragraph. For example, we are selecting the element based on ID, style dot. We are going to set the text color dynamically. See, check it there. We are selecting the paragraph based on the ID and we are going to apply the color. So we can see the color, that is para 1 is set. Okay, based on the ID we are retrieving the particular paragraph first, that means particular element is retrieved. Then based on that we are trying to apply the corresponding color. Next, so in CSS we have several properties. Any of the properties we are able to retrieve. We can set any CSS property, but if we are having hyphen within the property name, then hyphens not allowed in JavaScript, right? So alternatively we have to use C for color. So hyphens must be removed, the next letter will be capital to compensate it. So actually what do you write? Background hyphen color, but what you should write right now, hyphen should be removed, next letter should be capital. Like this only you must follow. For example, font size like this. Hyphen removed, S become caps. Font family like this. Every property must follow the same syntax. So the text color is white, background color is dark green, font size 30 pixels, font family Comic Sans MS. Now the font has been set, font style, everything. Okay, next after that we are going to use some other property called parent element. Parent element dot HTML. So assume we have a div id equal to div1. I want to access the parent of the para1. First I am trying to point to the parent, that is para1, that is child. Then we are going to call the parent element. So who is the parent of para1? Div1. So finally it will return the div1 into the variable and display the same. So as a document.get element by id, we have retrieved the para1 only, but by calling the parent element we have navigated to its parent. First we are getting the child, then we are going to navigate to the parent by using parent element property. Okay, how to navigate to the parent? We can do that by using parent element. So what are the properties we have seen? Check it. Tag name will return the name of the tag. ID returns identification name of the element. Next, inner HTML returns the inner content including the child tags. Inner text returns the inner content of the tag excluding the child tags. Style is used to retrieve or set the CSS style. We can use any CSS property. Hyphen should be removed. Alternatively, the next letter must be capital. Parent element will access the parent element of the corresponding element. So next we have children. Next, children. Assume we have a specific element. It has some children. For example, the div1 has 5 paragraphs. And now div1 dot children. So what happens now? It has retrieved the all instance of the particular paragraph. So whichever the children are there, all those paragraphs will be retrieved here. First, document.get element by id of div1 means the div tag only returned. Based on that, whichever the children are there, all the children are being retrieved here. Okay, the next one, set attribute method. Now onwards methods will start. First one, set attribute. What is the set attribute? Whenever you have a requirement of setting an attribute for the HTML tag dynamically, we have to use set attribute. Okay, see, for example, we have an img tag, nothing but image. Img src is equal to some file name, for example img1.jpg. Width is equal to 300 pixels. Okay, we have an image. How to display this image? First we must copy paste the image into current working folder. go to the images location, copy the set of images at a time into the particular folder. Now we can see img1, img2, both images, and just copying and pasting into current working folder. Remember, we have two images, that is img1.jpg and 2.jpg. By default, the first image, that is img1.jpg, displayed as per the code. But my requirement is, at the time of loading the page, opening the page, this particular image should automatically become as img2.jpg. I want to overwrite the value of the img tag, assets attribute. In the img tag, in the assets attribute, you want to update or overwrite the particular value. How do we do that? First, we have to get the element based on ID. In case if you don't know the ID or don't have ID, we can try the get element by tag name or class name, anything. First, I am getting the element based on ID. Then we are going to call set attribute. We are going to set the attribute. Which attribute you want to set? Assets attribute. What is the value that you want to display? img2.jpg. Initially, what is the value that we have given? img1.jpg. But at runtime, it becomes as img2.jpg. You can also notice in the img tag here, what is the value of assets attribute? img2.jpg. How the img1.jpg overwritten as img2.jpg? By using set attribute method. Okay. The next one, get attribute. Sometimes you want to read the value of the assets attribute or any other attribute of any other HTML tag. Don't think like all these methods are only applicable for img tag and p tag. All these methods properties applicable for any HTML tag. Okay, in case if you want to read the specific attribute value, the method is get attribute. Get attribute. So the method name is get attribute. This will return the current value of the src attribute. We are going to display the same here. So see, it is reading and displaying the current value of the src attribute, that is img1.jpg. So if you want to read the value, then we have to use get attribute. We are not modifying any value, simply we are retrieving or reading the existing value. So next, also we have has attribute. Has attribute is used to just check whether the attribute is present or not. So sometimes we are not sure whether the particular attribute is there or not there. We can get the status of the attribute whether it is present or not by using has attribute method. So check it, has attribute. Has attribute. So has attribute of the src attribute. Actually, src attribute is present, right? So definitely you will get true because the attribute value is found. So presently it is going to give true because the attribute is found. Src attribute is present in the img tag. In case if the src attribute is not there, the same method is going to return false at that time. Sometimes what you want to do, you want to remove the existing attribute. In order to remove the attribute, we have to use a method called remove attribute. You want to overwrite the value of an attribute, use set attribute. You want to retrieve the existing value of an attribute, get attribute. In case if you want to check whether the attribute is present or not, has attribute. In case if you want to remove it, remove attribute. So let's understand remove attribute. The same methods applicable for any property, any HTML tags. So remove attribute. I'm going to remove an attribute called remove attribute. Okay, so src attribute I would like to remove. Then what's going on? Check it. There is no image because we have removed src attribute value. Check it. In the img tag, src attribute has been removed because of remove attribute method. And sometimes you don't know how many attributes are present for your HTML tag. You may don't know really. In that case, what we have to use is that we have to use something called as attributes property. The attributes property will give you the current values of the particular attributes. It will go to the particular tag, what attributes are present, all the attributes values are retrieved. For example, in this img tag, what are the attributes? src equal to img1.jpg, width equal to 300 pixels, id equal to my image. All these attributes are retrieved by using attributes property. So check it, have a look once. Attributes.html, attributes, no need of giving any attribute name, it retrieves all the attributes by default. So console.log of a, it retrieves and gives all the attributes. All the attributes are retrieved and displayed at a time. Now we can see like this, which includes src, id, width, all the attributes are displayed there. Okay, next, if you want to know the exact attribute value, then we have to use the attribute name, for example, src. This will give you the exact attribute that you are specified. So in place of src, we can also specify anything like id or width, anything. So if you want to know the exact attribute, we can specify it by using this one. Okay, so next we have something called focus method. Focus method. Focus method. The focus method is trying to place the cursor inside the particular text box. Whenever you have a requirement to place the cursor inside the text box, we have to use focus. So have a look once. Focus method. For example, we have some list of input type equal to text, id equal to txt1, txt1, txt2, txt3, 3 text boxes we have. So document.get element by id of txt1 dot focus, txt1 dot focus. So the focus method will place the cursor inside the particular text box. Now have a look once. When I open the page, by default where is the cursor? In the first text box. That is the focus method. So these are the list of properties and methods of the element object. So have a look once. So we have the several properties and methods in the element object, which includes the tag name, id, inner HTML, inner text, style, parent element, children, set attribute, get attribute, has attribute, remove attribute. We have several properties and methods. So mainly we have 3 types of objects in the document object model: window, document, and element object. Whereas the window object is representing the properties and methods to manipulate the whole browser window. Whereas document object is representing the properties and methods of the particular white color area where you can see the actual web page. The particular area is represented as document object. Whereas element object is representing the corresponding HTML tag. So whichever the HTML tag you want to manipulate, first we have to retrieve it, then we have to apply the properties and methods based on that. For example, you want to manipulate an image. based on ID or based on class name or based on tag name. By any way, we have to first retrieve it, then we are able to update some manipulation based on that. The best way of getting is get element by ID. Based on ID, usually we will retrieve the element, and based on that we will update the corresponding properties and methods. For example, you may access the inner HTML, inner text, tag name, ID or style, several other properties. If you want to set an attribute, overwrite an attribute, set attribute method we have to use. If you want to read the value of an existing attribute, we have to use get attribute method. If you want to know the attribute exists or not, we have to use has attribute. You want to read all the list of attributes, we have to use attributes property. So these are the list of properties and methods of the element object. So that's all for today. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson, we are going to understand JavaScript events. This is the Web Technologies training program. So we have already completed HTML, CSS. We are in the JavaScript topic now. In the JavaScript, which exact subtopic we are going to understand today is event handling or working with the events. What is event? Any kind of real-time activity is called as event. Any kind of keyboard or mouse activity is called as event. So when the web page has been opened, whichever the activities that the user can perform with keyboard or mouse, each and every activity is called as events. For example, the user may click, double click, press any key on the keyboard, select some item in the drop down list or checkbox. These are all the several activities that the user can perform in the real web page. So each and every activity is called as event. Whenever an event occurs, we are going to call a function. Fundamentally, we are going to connect between the event and the function. Whenever this event occur, we are going to call the appropriate function. So this event occur, again the function executes. Again the event occur, the function executes. This process can be repeated any number of times. We basically don't know how many times the user will perform the event. For example, there is a OK button. As a developer, we can create the OK button, but we cannot guess how many times the user will click it. So as soon as the user clicks on the OK button, so a function will execute. So basically we have to map between the event and function. The process of mapping, connecting between the event and function is called as event handling. So we have the several events like click, double click, focus, key up, key press. Like this we have several events. So today we are going to see all these events practically one by one. So first let us see the overview of the events. So check it. Event is a keyboard or mouse action that is performed by the user. So list of important events are click, Dbl click, focus, blur, key press, key up, change. These are the important events available in JavaScript. So let's try to understand each event one by one. The first event is click event. The click event executes when the user clicks on the element. So assume there is some element, maybe a text box or a button or icon or image or whatever it is. When the user clicks it, we are going to execute a click event. The click event can call a function. So user clicks on an element, then we are going to call the click event, then it is going to call the function automatically. User do the action, then the click event executes, and then the function will be called. So every time when the user clicks on the element, the same event will repeat and the same function will repeat. So the connection between the element and the click event already it has been implemented internally, but we have to create the relation between the event and function, because event is a predefined here, function is user defined. We have to give the connection between them manually. So what exactly we have to try to do, the syntax we have to follow, that is add event listener, event name click, then function name we have to provide. So whenever the user clicks on the element, this function will be called. Basically we are attaching the relation between the click event and the corresponding function. So let's check the program. I am going to create a simple HTML program. Title is click. And we have a button, for example, value is equal to click me. When the user is going to click on the button, we are going to execute a function. So first let us save this. File name click.html. Double click on the file click.html. So when the user clicks on this, we are going to execute a click event, and there we are going to call a function. How to create that? Script /script. First we have to get the button based on the ID, that is button 1. Add event listener, name of the event is click, and the name of the function is sample. We can give any function name, but with the same name we have to create a function here. So which means that when the user clicks on the particular button, this particular sample function is going to be executing. And in this one we are trying to display sample function executes at so and so time we are trying to display. To get the system date and time, we are going to use new date. To get the time, we are going to use the method toLocalTimeString. Now check it. When we click on the button, it is going to print a message saying that sample function executes at so and so time. If you click on the button once again, it is showing the same message once again with the latest time. So which means that this function is going to be calling based on the condition. Whenever the user perform this particular click event on the button, then only we are going to execute that function, otherwise not. See, right now I did not click on anything. So the sample function is not executed. If you click on the button, then only the function executes, otherwise not. Now let's make some meaningful application. For example, user is having a form. He is going to type something like price and a discount. We have price and discount. Based on the given values, it has to calculate and give me the net price. Net price it has to basically display in the third text box. And the third text box should be disabled. That means user should not be able to click or type the value inside the text box. So basically we have three text boxes. Upon typing the price and discount like this and click on OK button, this particular value should be calculated, and result should be appear in the net price. So let us see how to do it. The button name is OK, and a BR is required after that. So here within the button click, what exactly we have to do? When the user clicks on the button, we are going to retrieve the current value of the price. So where price we have declared a variable to store the value. First, get the text box where we accept the value, that is get element by id txt1 dot. To get the actual value of the text box, we have to use a property called value. So the actual value, that is 6500, this actual number will be stored in the variable called price. Discount is equal to, we are getting the txt2 dot value. Then we are going to calculate net price is equal to price minus discount. Where we have to display this, in the txt3 dot value, we are going to display this. That's all. Now let's execute this. Price is 9,000 suppose, discount is 250, and the actual net amount the user has to pay is 8,750, where price minus discount we have calculated. So this calculation or this process happens when the user clicks on the button. How do you very clearly say that when the user clicks on the button only this function executes? That's because of add event listener. Add event listener will not click. Add event listener will not call the function. Add event listener just attaches the relation between the event and function, so that whenever the user performs this particular event, so and so function will execute. Okay, we have understood the click event practically. Similarly, let's try to understand the second event, that is Dbl Click Event. This executes when the user double clicks on the element. Syntax is same as the click event, only the difference, event name will be changed. Instead of click, we are going to call it as Dbl Click, nothing more than that. Okay, now so we have the Dbl Click Event. This Dbl Click Event executes when the user clicks on the particular, double click on the particular element. So let's implement the event example for this Dbl click.html. Okay, let's have a different requirement, saying that assume we have an event, that is Dbl Click Event. Also we have an image, that is img tag. Okay, we have an image. Let's copy paste some image into the current working folder. That is, we have img1.jpg and img2.jpg. We have two images. Copy both of these images and paste into current working folder. So we have img1.jpg and 2.jpg. Now in this file we are going to display the img1.jpg by default. Width is equal to 300 pixels. Now we can see the first image displayed. Now when the user double clicks on the image, we are going to display the next image. So when the user double clicks, we want to navigate to the next image. In order to do that, first we must have an ID for this. For example, ID equal to my image, because based on the image we have to get it. So my image, this will get the img tag. So for this img tag, what exactly we have to do? Add event listener, which event? Dbl Click Event, function name sample. When the user clicks on the double clicks on this particular my image, we are going to execute a sample function. There exactly what we have to do, get the image and update the src attribute value, set attribute of src attribute, that is img2.jpg. Now check it. So when we double click on this image, then only the src attribute has been updated. How we have updated the attribute? Set attribute function already have explained. It is used to set an attribute. Okay, so this src attribute will be assigned as img2.jpg when the user double clicks. So this is how we have updated the src attribute with the Dbl Click Event. So next one, the other event that we are going to understand is focus and blur event. Focus and blur, these two are a pair of events which are very much useful for the real-time application development. So let's understand focus. The focus event executes when the cursor enters into the text box. Syntax is like this: when the cursor enters into the text box or any other meaningful element such as checkbox, radio button, drop down list, etc., any element, when the cursor has entered or when the selection has entered, automatically the focus event executes. One more event is the blur event, which executes when the cursor goes out of the text box. When the cursor enter in focus event, when the cursor goes out, blur event executes respectively. So let's understand the meaning of the focus and blur practically. I'm going to show the focus and blur both examples in the single file, focus and blur. To understand this, let's take a text box and see how it works. So basically we have a text box. When the cursor in, see now the focus event executes. When the cursor goes out, the blur event executes. See again, when the cursor, see, forget about the mouse pointer. When the cursor enter in like this, focus event. When the cursor goes out, blur event executes. I am talking about the cursor, not about the mouse pointer. Vertical blinking line is the cursor. When the cursor has entered in, focus event. When the cursor jump out, blur event executes respectively. So I'm just capturing that. I'm accessing the ID of the text box, that is txt1. Then for the text box, add event listener focus comma sample1. Sample1 is not a predefined function, we have to create it. So this sample1 function executes when the focus enters in. Then we are going to display the message focus in the browser console, otherwise on the blur event sample2 display the message blur. Now check it. When the cursor enter in, focus event. When the cursor goes out, blur event executes. Again, cursor in, focus event, cursor out, blur event executes respectively. Okay, the next part of this, let me show some meaningful example for this. For example, let's say we have email, we have a text box to accept the email, and also we have a small message to show, that is span id equal to span1, use registered email address only. So this is the requirement. My goal is that I want to display this message in a gray color, and only it should appear when the cursor is inside the text box. When the cursor jumps out, it should be disappear. When the cursor enters in, it should be appear. So how can we do that? For the span, first let's apply some CSS style. Color equal to gray, and display none, that means invisible. When the cursor enters into the text box, then we are going to get the span then style.display is equal to inline, that means show it. Style means it is used to update the CSS property. So already I told you how to access the style of the element. That means we are trying to manipulate the elements, like you want to update the CSS style, you want to update the background color, you want to update the color, font size, anything. I already told you about the element properties earlier. So we are basically updating the CSS style, that is display equal to inline in order to show it, display equal to none in order to hide it. On focus it should be shown, on blur event it should be hidden. See, by default it's hidden. When the cursor enter into the text box, it is going to appear like this. When the cursor goes out, it is going to disappear like this. So focus event and the blur event executes respectively. So the next event that we are going to understand is the key press event, which executes when the user presses any key on the keyboard. So executes when the user presses any key on the keyboard. Syntax is add event listener, event name is key press, and function. This function executes when the user press any key on the keyboard. So let's try to understand an example for the key press event. So keypress.html, key press, so we have a text box, right? We have a text box. Whenever the user presses any key on the keyboard, we are going to execute a function there. Okay, we have a text box, id equal to txt1. Suppose user has pressed the character A. Now the key press event executes. Again B, once again the key press event. Again C, once again the key press event. As soon as when we press any key on the keyboard, okay, the key press event executes. We are going to capture that in the text box, add event listener, key up, comma function name, that is sample1. So this sample1 function executes. Okay, sample is enough. Okay, this sample function executes when the user, key press, right? Key press. When the user presses any key on the keyboard, this particular sample function executes. But I want to identify the current working value of the text box. So console.log of current value of the text box. So get the element based on ID, that is txt1.value. This will give you the latest current value of the text box. Now I am just pressing A. Before accepting the character A, what was the value of text box? Before typing A, before A presence in the text box, what was the value of text box? Empty. So the empty is appear here. I am typing B. Before accepting B, before B presence in the text box, what was the value of text box? A. That is displayed there. I am pressing C. Before C, the value was AB. Before D, the value was ABC. Before E, the value was ABCD, and so on. So before accepting the currently pressed character, the key press event executes. As of that moment, we are going to get the value. Now, so as this key press event executes before accepting the currently pressed character in the text box, there is a possibility of identifying the ASCII value, and based on the ASCII value, we can reject the currently pressed character. See, check here, we will have some real-time requirements, such as you want to accept alphabets only or numbers only, or some particular special characters. Based on the user requirement, I want to accept only numbers or only alphabets or only some special characters. This type of requirements can be achieved by using key press. We can prevent entry of unwanted characters. For example, name of the user. So digits we are not accepting. Otherwise, amount text box. Alphabets we are not accepting. So we can prevent entry of unwanted characters or invalid characters by using key press event. What exactly we will do is that when the user press any key on the keyboard, for example, we have pressed keyboard A, alphabet A we have pressed in the keyboard. Then before A is present in the text box, the first key press event executes. So inside that we are able to identify which key is currently pressed, that is A, and we can capture the ASCII value of the currently pressed character. Alphabet A ASCII value 65, so we can we can capture the value 65 and we can check, okay, this 65 is in the particular character range or not. If it is in the expected range, then we will accept it, otherwise we will reject it. ASCII means American Standard Code for Information Interchange. As per that, every alphabet or every number is having a particular number. Every digit and alphabet is having a particular number. For example, 65 is for alphabet A, uppercase A. So in the continuous manner, capital B is nothing but 66, capital C is nothing but 67, and so on. And lowercase alphabets are A to Z is equal to 97 to 122, and 0 to 9 digits are 48 to 57. Backspace is 8. Okay, space is 32. These are the important characters. So based on this ASCII value, we can keep the condition and we can prevent entry of unwanted characters. So let us see how to do all these things. So there is a website like ASCIItable.com. Have a look at once, ASCIItable.com. So this is basically the ASCIItable.com website. So check it. What are the alphabets and digits? Identify them. Alphabets and digits. Check for it. Yes, uppercase alphabets are 65 to 90. Check it. Uppercase A is 65, and continuous manner uppercase Z is 90. So 65 to 90 is uppercase characters. 97 to 122 is lowercase characters. 48 to 57 is 0 to 9. And 8 is a backspace, 32 is a space. So these numbers internally will be stored in the memory. First of all, these will be converted into the binary number system, and the binary numbers will be stored in the computer memory. But anyways, so as a developer, we need not worry about the binary number system here. We have to consider using only the ASCII value. So let's have a requirement such that I want to accept alphabets only. By using key press event, I want to accept alphabets only. Let's see how to do it. Key press alphabets only. Even the user is typing other symbols, I don't want to accept it at all. Then what exactly we have to try to do? There is something called event argument. This event argument is giving the browser given information. Some information will be given by the browser automatically, that is called event. I am pressing A, so the event argument that we have is target is a text box, key is A, and char code is 97. Okay, key code is 0. So which means that it is providing some which key is pressed, that information it is providing. Inside that we have a property called which property. Okay, the which property will give you ASCII value of the currently pressed character. This one 97. We have to check that which property. If event dot which is between 97 to and 122, or if it is between 65 to 90, that is uppercase letters, or if it is 32 or 8. In all these cases, what we have to try to do is that just we have to say accept. For accepting, there is no specific code, but for rejecting, there is a code. Event.prevent default will reject the currently pressed character. in order to reject the currently pressed character, we have to use even.prevent default. So whichever the character currently pressed, that will be cancelled, will not be present in the text box. Now check it. So just we have alphabet A, B, uppercase, lowercase, everything we can type, but I am typing digits, I am typing special characters, so it's not placing at all. So if I type alphabets, spaces, backspace, it is accepting. If I type other than that, like digits or symbols, it's not accepting. This is how to prevent entry of invalid characters by using the key press event. Okay, the next one is key up event, right? After the key press, the immediate next event is key up event. So key up event also very similar to key press event. Check it, key up. When the user presses any key on the keyboard, key up event executes. So then what is the difference between key press and key up? What could be the difference? So for both the description is same. The exact difference is key press event executes before accepting the currently pressed character, key up event executes after. So let's write it here. Executes before accepting the currently pressed character in the text box. See, fundamentally it executes only when the user presses any key on the keyboard, that too exactly when before accepting the currently pressed character, key press event executes, and this will executes after accepting the currently pressed character in the text box, the key up event executes. Okay, before accepting key press, after accepting key up. Okay, the flow is like user presses some key. So for example, user has pressed A. So the initial value of text box is empty. Okay, text box is empty. Then the key press event executes, and then text box become A, and then key up event executes. So this is the sequence. Have a look at once. First, user presses any key on the keyboard, for example A, alphabet A. Before accepting A, the text box was empty. Actually, on the empty text box, like this. First, on the empty text box, user has pressed the alphabet A, then the key press event executes, then the A will be accepted in the text box, then the key up event executes. Okay, this is the sequence. Okay, right. Now let's understand the difference and after. So before accepting as a key press event executes, there is a possibility of rejecting the currently pressed character. Such a facility is not there in the key up. But if you want to do any calculation processing including the latest character, then we have to use key up event. So let's check it once. Key up event. For example, whenever the user press any key on the keyboard, I just want to capture the value. So I'm just saying key up, then we are displaying the value, that is console.log of the text box value, get element by id of txt1 dot value. So after accepting the currently pressed character, this value will execute. So A, B, C, D, E. So as soon as we type some character, the latest value is being captured and displayed here. So basically, if you have any calculations to perform, we can do the, for example, user is going to enter the amount. So you want to display its interest. Below the text box, you want to display the interest value. For example, interest value is some 10% you want to display. So what will you do? First get the amount value txt1 dot value, and this must be converted into number because value is by default string data type. That's why we have to convert the same into number data type by using the number function. Then the price is equal to, no, interest is equal to amount into 10 by 100, and we are going to display the latest value in the third text box, in the second text box. Okay, so we have done some calculation and displaying the same, but when this calculation should occur only when the user types some value in the text box. So I'm just typing some value 5000, immediately it is going to display some 50%, 10% of that, that is 500. So the corresponding interest value is being displayed. Okay, so this is about the key up event. The next event is change event. The change event executes whenever the user selects an item in the drop down list. Executes when the user selects an item in the drop down list or changes the value of any form element, not only for a drop down list but also for text box, check box, radio button. So for any kind of item, some selection or some value has been changed by the user, automatically the change event executes. For example, we have selected a checkbox, we have selected a radio button, we have typed some value in the text box. Any kind of value changes, the change event executes. Okay, the syntax for that is change function. So let me show an example on this change event. So change event, suppose let's say for example we have an option like we have a drop down list, id equal to drop down list 1. For example, we have country, we have a drop down list called country, and we are going to display the list of countries. Suppose country 1, 2, 3 like this, and as a part of this we are going to display the list of states. 3 countries we have. Okay, now so for the drop down list 1, which event you are going to handle? Change event. There we are going to get the currently selected country. Country is equal to document.get element by id of drop down list 1 dot value, and below we are going to display some UL, unordered list, to display the states. So first document.get element by id of the list 1 should be empty, inner HTML should be empty. So whatever present in the UL, that will be empty, and then we are going to check if the country is equal to the country 1. In the UL we are going to display state 1, state 2, state 3, state 4. Okay, 3 states enough. State 1, 2, 3 is going to appear here. Else, if it is equal to country 2, okay, we are going to write the code like state 4, 5, 6. Okay, just I am showing some dummy data, not the actual names. Next, country 3 means state 7, 8 and 9. So check it now. I am just selecting country 1, so state 1, 2, 3, country 2, state 4, 5, 6, country 3, state 7, 8, 9. And in this case, no data is up here. Okay, that's done. So we have successfully created the country drop down. So based on the selection, it is showing whatever you wish. That's fine. So this is about the all the list of events. So we have understood click event. When the user clicks on the element, the click event executes. When the user double click event executes. When the user selects some item in the drop down list or selects some checkbox or radio button, or also the change event executes. When the cursor enter into the text box, focus event. When the cursor goes out of the text box, blur event. Basically vertical blinking line is nothing but cursor. And we have events like focus and blur events. When the cursor in focus event, when the cursor goes out, blur events. Also next, key press and key up events we have. When the user presses any key on the keyboard, first key press event executes, then the character accepted in the text box, then the next key up event executes. So these are the several events available. So all these events can be handled by using add event listener function only. Add event listener, first event name within the double quotes, then the function name we have to provide. And before doing the add event listener, first we have to get the element either based on ID or class name or tag name. Several ways of getting I told already. So by any way we have to get the appropriate element, then only we have to use the appropriate add event listener function. So this is all about the DOM manipulations topic. In the next class we will meet with the other lesson. Thank you. Good afternoon, students. In the today's lesson we are going to understand JavaScript validations. So what is validation? Checking the input values whether those are correct or not is called as validation. Suppose there is a login form or registration form. We are collecting different details from the user like name, username, password, confirm password, email, phone number, date of birth and many other details. So we have to check these values are correct or not. If it is correct only, we have to store the data into the database. So before submitting the data to server, we have to check the data valid or invalid. So the process of checking the data valid or invalid is called as validation. And after the completion of validation, we have to display either success message or error message to user. If the value is correct, we have to display success message. If the value is incorrect, we have to display error message to user. The common validation requirements are the field cannot be blank. For example, name cannot be blank, date of birth cannot be blank, email cannot be blank. This is one type of requirement. Another type of requirement is minimum value. Suppose amount should be minimum 1000, maximum 10,000. So minimum and maximum validation is a second type of validation. Third type of validation is format validation. That means you want to accept only alphabets or only numbers or only particular type of format like PIN code number, bank account number, etc. These are the three commonly implemented validations in real-time applications. So using JavaScript, you are able to implement validations. Exactly what will you do? When the user clicks on the submit button, the form is going to raise a submit event. And inside the submit event, we have to check the values whether those are entered correctly or not. If you find any kind of errors, then immediately we have to show appropriate error message to user. So this is how we implement validations by using JavaScript. By using JavaScript. So now let us try to implement all these validations practically. So check the example. So we have a form and here we have requirements saying that name, what is ID of this text box? txt1. And also we have something called amount. Amount is txt2. And also we have password and confirm password. Password, confirm password. At last you will be having submit button. And also we have something called gender. Input type equal to radio. Value equal to male. And we have the text like male. Okay, now also we have the female. And for both of these radio buttons, we have to provide a common name. For example, name is equal to gender. Same name must be provided for the second one also. Also for the submit button, we have to provide the value, that is register. And for the form, we should have an ID, that is F1. Based on the IDs, we can easily access them. Okay, txt3, txt4 radio buttons, right? So RB1, RB2, txt for text box, RB for radio button. So this is the form what we have created so far. Now we are going to create validations in this program. Let us see how to do it. First of all, when the user clicks on the submit button, it is going to raise an event called submit event for the form. For the form, we have to capture the submit event now. How to capture the event? See, document dot get element by ID of F1. This will capture the form tag. For the form tag, how to capture the submit event? Add event listener. Name of the event is submit event. Function name is sample1 or just sample. Now inside the sample function, we have to receive the event arguments. What is event arguments? The information that is given by the browser is called as event arguments. Whenever an event occurs, automatically browser is providing some information for you. That information is called as event. Now, in order to stop refreshing the page, we have to say prevent default. So check there, when you click on submit button, the page is not refreshing. The page is not reloading. Okay, the page is stable as it is. That's because of event.prevent default. So in fact, what exactly happening, this submit button is nothing but the registered button, right? So when the user clicks on the registered button, it is going to raise the submit event for the form. As the submit event is raised, automatically the sample function is being called. Inside the sample function, we are saying event.prevent default. That will stop refreshing the page. If you don't write this statement, see, by default the page is refreshing. Don't you feel that the page is refreshing? Yes. So to prevent the page refresh, we have to say event.prevent default. Now the page is not refreshing. But when exactly the page should not refresh, whenever the user has entered invalid value, some error message should be appear at the same time. The page should not be submitted. So how do we check that? First we have to get the current value of the name, then we can do something. So where name is equal to get element by ID of txt1.value. We are getting the current value of the text box. Now also we are getting the amount value, that is txt2.value, and also password and confirm password. Password is equal to get element by ID of txt3.value, and this is input type equal to password. Input type equal to password, right? And next also we require mail is equal to document.get element by ID of rb1 since it's a radio button, we have to say checked. It's a radio button means we have to say checked property. This checked property will give you current status of the radio button, whether it is checked or not checked. If the radio button is checked, it will give you true, otherwise false. So same way, if female is selected, we are getting the checked status in the radio button too. So if the male option is selected, this variable will be true. If female option is selected, this second variable will be true. Either of these will be true. And so after getting the values of the text boxes, then we should write the code for checking them. First, the requirement number 1 is name cannot be blank. Name cannot be blank is the first requirement. Let us see how to achieve this. So we have to check if name is equal to empty. See, name is equal to empty. Empty means empty double quotes opening, closing. If it is empty, what we have to show? Alert of, that means window.alert of name is empty. And then we have to say prevent default, because if the name is empty, then only the page should not be refreshed. That means page should not be submitted to server. Now as the name is empty, it is showing the message like name is empty, but instead of showing the message as a window.alert, I want to display the message in the right hand side of the text box. So in order to display the short message, we have to use a span tag. Let's add a span tag for this. Span ID equal to span 1. The message is name cannot be blank. And I would like to show this in red color, so that's why I am providing class is equal to error. Based on the class name, we can apply the style directly. So style dot error. I am selecting all the elements that are having class equal to error. Here error is just user defined name. You can give any other name instead. We are trying to provide a color equal to red. Now we can see red color, but this message should not be appear by default, right? So by default it should be hidden by providing display equal to none. So once we have added display equal to none, by default it's hidden, and now after click on the button only, the message should be visible. That means display should be inline. Here instead of using window.alert, the span 1, first get the span, then we have to say style dot display is equal to inline, that means show it. So now check there, I click on the button, now it is showing the message. But after entering the name, then the message should be disappear, right? So that's why I'm keeping else case. In case if it is not equal to empty, then we are hiding it by providing display none. But we need not give prevent default in the else case, because we are allowing the page should be submitted. See, if we don't give anything, by default the page will be submitted. If you want to stop submission, then only we have to give event.prevent default. Now we can notice like this. After entering the name, automatically the message disappear, you can notice. Okay, next one, same requirement can be achieved by using amount. But before that, let's check one more requirement for the name itself. The name should contain alphabets only. What's the next requirement? Okay, if it is not empty, then the requirement number 2 is name should contain alphabets only. So how do we check whether the name contains alphabets or not? Again, one more if condition is required. That is, if take 2 forward slashes, here we have to provide something called regular expression. What is regular expression? Regular expression is a pattern of the value. You are saying that alphabets only, numbers only, or combination of alphanumerical but not special characters, or any account number, bank account number or vehicle number, anything. You have a specific requirement, you have a specific pattern or format, then we have to go for the regular expression. So in our example, we are going to take something called the cap symbol which indicates the beginning of the regular expression, and a dollar which indicates ending of the regular expression. In the middle we have to provide A to Z, that means uppercase letters, again A to Z, that means lowercase letters, and space. Only these characters are allowed. That too, you want to allow unlimited number of characters, so star. So cap symbol means beginning of the string, dollar means ending of the string, A to Z uppercase letters, again A to Z lowercase letters, space, and unlimited characters like this. This is totally one format. This is called the regular expression. So inside the regular expression you will be having a predefined method called test method. We can pass our value as argument, and the test method will receive our value, check it. If it is not matching, it will give you false, otherwise it will give you true if it is matching. So if it is true, that means if it is matching, its valid value. No, if it is false, first we will write false case. In case if it is false, that means if it is not matching, then we have to show another message, that is span 2 with a class equal to error. Name should contain alphabets only. Name should contain alphabets only. So this is span 2 also by default hidden because of class equal to error, and the span 2 should be appear in this case. Okay, span 2 should be appear. Otherwise, the span 2 should be invisible. And okay, so whenever the span 1 is visible, span 2 also should be invisible. Whenever the span 2 is visible, span 1 should be invisible. Alternatively, either of these should be displayed. Finally, to check it, if the text box value is empty, it is going to show the message like name cannot be blank. After typing some name, the message will disappear, that means the value is valid. And in case so I just click on the button for the first time, so name cannot be blank. I am just typing digits. It is showing another message saying that name should contain alphabets only. I just make this empty. I click on the button again, so the name cannot be blank. See, either of these messages only is appear, right? How it is possible? When the span 2 is inline, that means the span 2 is visible, span 1 should be invisible. When span 1 is visible, span 2 should be invisible alternatively. So that's what the code we have done. Now we can create the same requirement for amount. So let's repeat the same code. Okay, let me check the braces. Okay, so this is the part. This part needs to be repeated for amount. The third requirement is amount cannot be blank. Understand? First requirement is name cannot be blank. Second requirement, name should contain alphabets only. The third one is amount cannot be blank. See, if amount is blank, we are going to show the message like span. Where is the span? Let's create the spans here. Span message. We are going to create amount text box. Span 3 and 4. The requirement is amount cannot be blank and amount should contain digits only. Okay, so span 3 and 4. So in this case, span 3 should be visible, span 4 should be invisible. Span 3 should be invisible and span 4, here span 3, just I am interchanging. Okay, nothing more than that. So here span 4, but here the regular expression changes, right? We have to just provide 0 to 9. 0 to 9 means what? Only the digits. Only the digits. If amount is blank, we are going to show the span 3. If amount is having alphabets, if amount is having digits only, no problem, but if it is having alphabets, then other one. So I'm just not entering anything, so it is showing a message. That's correct. I'm typing alphanumerical. It is saying amount should be contain digits only. If I'm typing only digits, then it is accepted. That means message disappear, but still the form is not submitting to server because it should accept the name also. Okay, so we have done the validation of name and amount. So same like this, let's create the password. First let's add the span tags. For the span tags, okay, so for the password we are going to create 2 error messages, that is password cannot be blank, password and confirm password do not match. Password cannot be blank, password and confirm password do not match. Okay, that's the requirement we have done. Basically password should contain at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter and one digit. So this is the requirement what we have done. So these 2 messages are created for us, span 5 and 6, right? Okay, span 5 and 6. Span 1 and 2 for name, like this. Span 3 and 4 for amount. Span 5 and 6 for password. By default all the messages are invisible. Let's copy the code of amount. Now the requirement is the requirement number 5, that is password cannot be blank. I'm checking if password is equal to blank, we are going to show the span number 5 and hiding the span number 6. Otherwise the span 5 should be invisible. And what is the regular expression for password? Password should contain at least one uppercase letter and one lowercase letter and one digit. Okay, this is the requirement we have. So how do we achieve this particular requirement? Let's try to notice. So there are some predefined regular expressions I just collected. There are some predefined sample regular expressions available. So these are some of the sample regular expressions. So this is for number, this is for alphabet, this is for mobile number, this is for email. So this one is suitable for us, this one. So I just copy paste this here. Okay, this password is saying that at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter, one digit, minimum at least 6 characters should be there, maximum 15 characters. These are the conditions of these regular expressions. What we are going to check, password. If password is going to be not matching with this, then span 6, span 6 should be visible and span 7 should be invisible. No, there is some span 7. Span 7 should be visible, span 8 should be invisible. This is span number 6. No, there is a wrong condition. Span, what is the message? Just a minute. Okay, span number 5 and 6. Okay, span number 5 and 6, password span number 5 and 6. Yes, 5. Okay, 7 8 is not required. Span number 5, 6 should be visible, 5 should be invisible, that's all. And here which should be hidden, span 6. Okay, that's correct. Now check there. So password, so without typing any password it is showing a message like this. If you type wrong password, it is showing another message saying that password should contain at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter, and one digit. So I am typing ABC123 A caps. So that requirement is satisfied. So automatically the message is disappear. Okay, that's working fine. Next requirement is, we are going to check one more requirement, that is for confirm password. So same span tags we are going to repeat for confirm password. Okay, like this in real time we have to copy paste for n number of text boxes, n number of messages for n number of text boxes. Okay, so span number 7 and 8. Here the requirement is confirm password cannot be blank, and confirm password, password and confirm password, password and confirm password do not match, password and confirm password do not match. So span number 7 and 8. So how do we achieve this requirement? Let's try to check. Span number 7 and 8. So same code I am just copying and pasting. So this is for checking confirm password. 7. Point number 7 is confirm password cannot be blank. So if confirm password is blank, if confirm password is blank, what is the variable we have created? Yeah, confirm password is from text box number 4. Okay, if confirm password is blank, then we would like to show the message to user, that is the span number 7 should be visible, span number 8 should be invisible, and otherwise span number 7 should be invisible. Next requirement is 8th requirement, confirm password should contain at least should be same as password. How do we check this requirement? It's really simple. If password is not equal to confirm password, I am using not equal to operator. Okay, if password is not equal to confirm password, then we are going to show the span number 8 and hiding the span number 6, span number 7. Okay, that's all. Okay, span number 8 should be visible. Okay, span number, otherwise span number 8 should be invisible. That's all. So finally have a look once. So I am just not typing any confirm password, I am getting a message. In case if I type some password, as it is not matching with the password, it is showing error message. Suppose I am typing ABC123 as a password, and confirm password is different, so I am getting a message. ABC123 also I am typing ABC123 A caps. So as it is matching, the message is disappear. Okay, it is working correctly. Next we have to implement the requirement for gender. Okay, let's add the error message for the gender. But for the gender only one error message is enough for us. So span number 8, span number 9 is enough. That is, please select male or female. Please select male or female. So anyone message is enough. Okay, so that is span number 9. So how do we check this particular thing? So requirement number 9 is gender cannot be blank. If male is equal to false and female equal to false, that means male is not checked, female also not checked, means we are going to show the span number 9. No need to hide anything, otherwise span number 9 should be hidden. So this inner condition is not required because it's not having any regular expression. That's all. So this much code needs to be written. So finally check it. It is showing error message for all. I'm just typing some name, typing some amount, so that values are clear. Password ABC123, confirm password ABC123, so that values are clear. I'm selecting male or female, anyone. Then the page is submitted to server successfully. So this is how to implement the validation. So have a look once. First we are going to create a form. First we have created name along with the error messages. Next we have created amount along with the error messages. Like this, every text box should be having its own error messages. So password is having its own error messages. Confirm password is having its own error messages. So gender is having its own message. So like this, these are the validation rules we have defined. After that, when the user clicks on the submit button, the form is going to raise an event called submit event. In the submit event, we are going to call the sample function. There we are getting the values of all the text boxes, name, amount, password, everything. Then first I'm checking if name is equal to empty, the span 1 should be visible and the span 2 should be invisible. Alternatively, either of the messages. Otherwise, if it is not empty, then again we are going to check the value. If it is having alphabets only, if it is not having alphabets only, okay, it is showing the second message and hiding the first message. Same syntax repeats for amount, like this. You can check the code. And same syntax repeats for name should contain alphabets only. Same way for password. Password should contain at least one uppercase letter, one lowercase letter and one digit. Then confirm password cannot be blank. Confirm password and password should be same. Gender cannot be blank. Okay, that's all. So these are the validations that we have created. So next we are going to understand the new topic, that is how to work with the class-based object-oriented programming in JavaScript. So in the earlier lessons we have seen the objects. We have created the objects by either by using the object literal or by using new keyword. But we have not yet created any object based on a class. Only in JavaScript we are able to create objects without any class. In most of the other programming languages, like in C++, VC++, Java, C#, .NET, everywhere, we can create the classes based on, we can create the objects based on classes only. Without any class, we cannot create object. In JavaScript, object is independent. It's like a free bird. What are the properties, methods it wants to have, it can have. But in Java, in other programming languages like in Java or PHP or everywhere, the objects are not independent. Objects are bounded to a class. Whatever the properties, methods needs to be stored inside the object will be decided by the class. The class acts as a model of objects. The class contains the properties and methods, but really in the memory it has no use. Actual properties, methods needs to be stored in the object only. First we have to create the object based on the class. When we create object based on the class, object follow all the properties, methods that are defined by the class. In the class, suppose we have defined 5 properties, 5 methods, all those become as object members. What I'm saying is, during development, the properties methods are part of the class. At runtime, the properties methods are members of the object. So let's understand how to create objects based on the class by using JavaScript. So class based object oriented programming using JavaScript. So class is a model of objects. Objects are created based on the class. In a program, we can create any number of classes, and we can create any number of objects based on a class. So when an object is created, all the properties and methods of the class will be stored inside the object. In this way, class defines the list of properties and methods that you want to store inside the object. What properties methods you want to store inside the object, that we have to define in the class. So what is the advantage of classes? All the objects contain same set of properties and methods. For example, all the students of the college contain same details. See, the first student has a student roll number, name, marks. Second student also contains student roll number, marks. So what are the properties that is being stored in the first student? Same details are being stored for every student, all the students, thousands of students. Values may differ. For example, for the first student roll number is 101, second student roll number may be 102. The values may be differ, but the properties and methods are same, right? So that's what the uniformity that we can achieve by using the classes. All the objects are having uniform properties and methods. That's what the real benefit or requirement of having the classes. So steps. First we have to create a new program, classes.html. Okay, classes.html. I'm just deleting all this code. So first I'm having a class called student. In this student class, we have to define the list of properties and methods that you want to store. You must define a constructor. What is a constructor? Constructor is a special function of the class which executes automatically when we create object. Okay, for each object once, the constructor will execute once. Here we are going to access the current object by using this keyword. So this keyword will access the current object. Which object is being created? The current object is accessed as this keyword. The constructor is mainly used to declare and initialize the properties like this. We have declared three properties: student ID, student name, and marks. Result is a method. In this method, we are going to check if this dot marks is greater than or equal to 35. Then result is going to be pass, otherwise fail. So like this we can create the methods also. So first class name. The keyword class specifies that we are going to create a class. Student is name of the class, we can give any name. Here the class begins, at last class ends. Inside that you must have a constructor compulsory. The constructor defines the list of properties and methods that you want to have. Mainly the constructor initializes the properties only, but not methods. Methods can be written separately outside the constructor like this. So, and it is not recommended to initialize fixed values like this. It is recommended to receive 3 arguments in the constructor like ABC for example, then assign A value into student name, B value into student name, A value into student ID, B value into student name, C value into marks. Then new student, at the time of creating object we are going to pass the values 101 Scott 80. 101 will be passed into the variable A, then will be assigned into student ID. The student ID will be stored inside the object. Now we have first property in the object. Scott will be stored into B and then stored into student name. Student name will be stored in the object. Now we have the second property in the object. Same way marks will be stored. So 3 properties are available in the object. Also this method will be automatically stored inside the object. The whole object address we are going to store inside a variable called S1. Then we are going to print the values S1.student ID, S1.student name and marks. And also we can call the result method. Result is a method, that's why we have to give the brackets. We can repeat the same syntax to create n number of students. You may have hundreds of students in a college, so that many times we are able to create the objects as many as you wish. If you want, you can also create object arrays as I shown you already. So finally we have created 2 objects based on the class. So what are the properties methods that we have defined in the class repeats in every object. This data belongs to first object, this data belongs to the second object, you can see clearly. Okay. So this is the new feature of the JavaScript actually. In JavaScript version number 6, this concept is added. JavaScript version number 6 is also called as ECMAScript 6. ECMAScript is a specification, JavaScript is the implementation. First they define the concept called ECMAScript. They define the concepts, okay, what is a class, what is object, what are the characteristics, what are the nature of the concepts are defined by the ECMAScript language. Practically this language will be implemented by the language called JavaScript. So we have seen the ECMAScript 6 concepts also before a moment. The classes objects will not work in the earlier versions of the browsers. If you go back to 6 years or 7 years versions of the browsers, this classes concept may not work. Okay, but in the recent versions only it works. Okay, so this is all about the validations and JavaScript 6 features of the latest version. So that's all for today, and in the next class we are going to continue some advanced manipulations on JavaScript, and also jQuery also we will get introduced. Thank you.
Good afternoon, welcome to today's session for TCS pattern. I'm specifically talking about email writing skills since last 1 or 2 weeks. I'm going to begin with the pattern of the online assessment. So let me explain. So we're going to have the first stage, which is the online assessment. I will explain what the pattern will look like. Once you clear that, you will move to the next segment, which is the personal interview round. In this personal interview round, you will have 2 segments. One is the HR interview and the second one is the technical interview. So as obvious it is, HR interview, it's going to be with the HR personnel, the folks from HR who are going to ask you specific question about your personality, your communication skills, your body language, your aspiration, why you want to join that company, so on and so forth. So we will talk about that in the later segment, and then you will have a technical round where the questions will be very specific to what you are getting hired for, which is your technical area. Now in order to reach the interview segment, you need to clear the online assessment, and the online assessment has 4 categories. The first one being the email writing skill, where you need to write an email within 10 minutes. The second one is quantitative aptitude. You will have 20 questions and the permitted time is 40 minutes. Then you have the multiple choice question area where you need to write the correct answer from the choices given, and these questions will be specific to programming language C. You will have 10 questions and the permitted time is 20 minutes. And then you will have a descriptive type question where it's going to be only one such question where you need to write a program. So the entire coding has to be accurate so that once it's executed, it doesn't lead to any kind of error. Now this year there is also going to be negative marking in the online assessment. For every wrong answer, you will lose 0.33% of the marks which is allotted to that particular question where you go wrong. So if there is a particular question where the allotted marks is 1, and if you answer it incorrectly, you will lose minus 0.33. Now this is applicable only for the quantitative aptitude. Now the point that needs to be noted is, if you go back and check the quantitative aptitude area which has 2 questions which is star marked. Now what happens in these 2 questions is, if you answer it correctly, you will score double the points. If you answer it incorrectly, you will lose double the points, which means if the allocated point is 1 for those 2 star marked question, you will score 2 points if you answer it correctly. But if it's incorrect, it will be minus 0.66. So 2 times of positive marking and 2 times of negative marking. So you got to keep in mind that these are the 2 questions, the star mark question and quantitative aptitude, where you can score more, but in case if you go wrong, you can also lose more. So you got to be very, very watchful, specific to these 2 questions. Now the topics that's going to be covered for quantitative aptitude, we have probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work equations, ratios and proportions, alligation or mixture, series and progression. Then you have average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. Now as far as the email writing is concerned, the question would be something like this. This is something which I have covered in the past. I'm going to do a recap today for those who did not attend the session since last 1 week. The question will resemble something of this sort. As a niece, write an email to your aunt, Mrs. Polly, informing that you will be picking her up from the railway station when she arrives in town for her short vacation. Sign the email as Nancy. So if you look closely, there is a name which is mentioned who should be the receiver, and then there is also a name which explains who should be the sender of the email. So this is the entire scenario of the email that you need to write. The receiver is Mrs. Polly, the sender is Nancy, and you're writing an email to explain or to inform her that you will be picking her up from the railway station. Now every email will include an outline. An outline is nothing but the keywords that has to be included in the email. In this particular scenario, the keywords are happy, receive, crowded, platform, arrives at, afternoon, unattended, luggage, in front of, wait, early, look forward. The rule says for TCS, you need to write an email about this particular scenario. The receiver and sender's name is mentioned. You need to use these keywords in the email. Now all the keywords should be used in the same form. For example, happy cannot be used as happiness. Receive cannot be used as received. Crowded cannot be used as crowd. So whatever outline or the keyword is given, you need to use it as it is, and you need to form a sentence using that. You cannot miss even a single keyword. If you miss a single keyword, you will get disqualified, plain and simple. If you change the form of the keyword, the system cannot identify if you have used the keyword or not. You will be deemed as a person who did not use the keyword. You will get disqualified. You will lose points if you make mistakes in terms of sentence formation, punctuation, grammar. So this is how the instruction for the email will be given. it is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and the receiver should be as given. You cannot use your name as a sender unless it's not mentioned there. Sometimes you will have a question where the sender's name is not mentioned. In that case, you can mention your name. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. In this case, it says 50 words. Even if your email is 49 words, the system cannot validate, you will be disqualified. If the outline is not strictly followed, including the specific words used, or correct English, including spelling and grammar, is not used, the grade in this section will be poor. Which means, even if your email structure is fine, you have used all the keywords, you make a lot of grammatical and punctuation mistakes, you will start losing points. So whatever points you have scored by writing the accurate email, you will start losing that every time you make a spelling mistake, punctuation mistake, and grammatical mistake. So you got to be very, very clear about a couple of things. Number one, all the keywords should be used as it is given in the question itself. You cannot change the form to denote a different tense form. For example, buy cannot be used as bought or will be buying. Not allowed. Now the time limit, if you remember, I said it's 10 minutes. Now even if you submit, if you click on the submit button at the 10th minute mark, it may not get validated, it may not get submitted. So don't take a chance. Please submit it even before the 10-minute mark is up. Your email will not take more than 5 to 6 minutes. Within 6 minutes, try to finish the email. Spend the remaining time revising the entire email and make corrections where needed. Okay? I'm going to take you through the do's and don'ts for emails. These are the email do's you need to keep in mind. You follow these. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrases, the email will be invalid. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, buy cannot be used as bought. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group. New paragraph should start as a fresh line. Okay? Now the next set of do's. Entire email should be left indent. I will explain what that means. Do not leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. I will show an example where people usually go wrong. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your mail with greeting. Always end your mail with salutation, thanks and regards in summary. Ensure the email is written within 10 minutes. Click on submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Clicking on the submit button at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the email to be submitted. And word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. So if the word count is 60, and you have used even 59 words, you will get disqualified. Here are some of the aspects which you need to make sure you do not violate. So these are the don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed 10-minute time limit. Do not write the email below the number of words given in instruction. Okay? So what I'm going to do now, since yesterday I have shown you some examples, I'm going to talk about certain common mistakes we do in terms of punctuation as well as spelling. Okay? Let's begin. So there is a word which is buy. I hope this is visible. Let me zoom it a little more. Now there is a word which is buy. If I have to look at the past tense, the word is B-O-U-G-H-T, bought. there is another word which is bring, and the past tense is BROUGHT. Now what happens is, lot of people make a mistake. They mix BOUGHT with BROUGHT. When they speak, they make this mistake. When they write, they make this mistake. Please bear in mind, if you're using the word brought, it's a past tense of bring. For example, I brought my lunch today. I brought my lunch today basically means I got lunch from home. If you say I bought my lunch today, that means you purchased it. So bought is a synonym of past tense of purchase. Alright. Likewise, there are a lot of words where people make mistakes. For example, THERE versus THEIR. Now these two are different words. For example, THERE is a preposition. Alright. THEIR that's a possession. For example, keep the book there. If I say THEIR, now I'm going to change this color so that you can identify it's an example. It's their book. Now there is a plural form of a singular person, right? So I can say his, her, or their. So please do not get confused between THEIR and THERE. Both are pronounced the same way. There. It's not there. It's there. There. Both are pronounced the same way, but it means two different things. Clear? Okay. Now another area where people make mistake is HERE. Just a moment, let me just, okay. Here, HERE, again preposition. Keep it here, or I can say come here for a moment. Hear means the ability to listen, ability to hear. If you have ears, you can hear, right? The sense of hearing. Can you hear me? Now, in case if I make a spelling mistake and say can you hear me, HERE doesn't make sense. If I replace come here for a moment, it's not making any sense at all. So please do not make these amateurish mistakes. These will, it will counted as grammatical mistake as well as spelling mistake, because a spelling mistake is leading to a grammatical mistake. Okay. So when you're writing the email, since I'm using Word document right now, you are able to see that there is an underline. In case if I'm making a spelling mistake, it's a red line. If I'm making a grammatical mistake, it's a green underline. If I'm making a punctuation mistake, it's a blue underline. So Word, Microsoft Word has the ability to identify and tell me that I need to make correction. But in TCS online exam, you will not have any such help. The test is to see how well you know basic spellings. So there will not be any quick tip that's going to tell you that you're making a mistake in terms of a sentence formation or a punctuation or a spelling. You got to be very, very aware of these small little words, very common words, and you cannot be making mistakes there. Okay. Now we started this program more than a week ago. Unfortunately, I haven't come across a single comment in the YouTube section where people are asking me questions pertaining to email writing for TCS. So if you have any questions, please post it on the YouTube channel, the live program. You have a chat window there. Please post your questions. You can also call and ask your questions. There will be a number which will be shown later part of the program today. You can call and ask your questions. If your question is very specific to TCS email writing pattern, any help needed for email writing, feel free to ask these questions. All right, so let's continue. As far as the spellings are concerned, there is a word which is confirm and another word which is conform. Now both are pronounced pretty much the same way. Now confirm is basically verb form of confirmation. So FIRM, it's a verb form of confirmation, right? Like please confirm. So let me show an example. Please confirm if you are watching this program. Okay. Now what do we mean by confirm? FORM. Now that means verb form of complying to a rule. For example, we have compliance, so we need to confirm with the compliance rules. For example, please confirm with the guidelines. So there are certain rules and guidelines which is mentioned, so you need to confirm. Now here it says I made a grammatical error. Please confirm to the guidelines. You see I made a grammatical mistake and it immediately showed me that I made a mistake. Okay, please conform to the guidelines, which means please follow the guidelines. So likewise, there are various words where people make mistakes. I'm going to show you one more example now. Advice and advise. It's a noun, synonym of suggestion. Okay. Now advise is a verb. Okay. Now let me show an example. What do I mean by this? For example, I can say please give me an advice. Now this is a noun, so I can say please give me an advice. Now if it's a verb, the same advice I can use it as a verb, and I got to say it differently. Please advise me. Please give me an advice or please advise me. Now in this particular case, if I replace the CE with SE, if I interchange, if I swap it, then it will lead to a grammatical error. So you got to be sure you're using CE when it's a noun form. You use SC when it's a verb form. You can't say please advise me, it should be advise me. So if I say please advise me, this is wrong. It should be advise me. Please give me an advice. Can I say please give me an advice? No. I need to use CE. Okay. So that's why these spellings can lead to grammatical errors as well. So you got to be very sure you're not making these this silly mistakes in terms of spellings that can also lead to grammatical error. If you make these mistakes, you will lose double the points, because one, it's not making sense and it's not fitting in the context of the particular sentence. So please be very prudent, please be very careful that you're not making these mistakes. Alright, now let's look at the question again. I'm going to write this email once again for you. It was done in the past, we are doing it again. So I'm going to copy these keywords. As a niece, write an email to your aunt, Mrs. Polly, informing her that you will be picking her up from the railway station when she arrives in town for her short vacation. Sign the email as Nancy. So please make a note of this. I'm going to pause here for a minute. You can make a note of this question and the outline, and then I will write this email. All right, let's go. Oops, just a moment. I'm going to change the alignment so that you can see it clearly. Okay, here we go. These are the keywords that we are supposed to use in this email. So let's start. Hello, Mrs. Polly. Now that is what the receiver's name is, right? Now let me zoom this a little bit. Now in a usual scenario we will say, okay, hello Mrs. Polly is fine, but here the question says write an email to your aunt. So I will replace the Mrs. with aunt. Hello Aunt Polly. Now if you see, A is capital because that's a title, P is capital because that's a name. Every name should start with a capital letter. The first word in a sentence should start with a capital letter. I will use a comma and then say enter to go to the next line, but this comma is not needed because that's redundant. It's of no use, so you don't have to use it anymore. I know this is how we were taught in school, but it's not needed. Hello Aunt Polly. I am very I'm writing in very simple English so that you can follow. I'm very happy to know that you are coming to stay with me for your vacation. I would come to the station to receive you. As the station is usually crowded, I would request you to wait for me. Okay? The platform is closer to the exit. So I'm just giving detail of the train. The train arrives at (2:00) in the afternoon. Please do not leave your luggage unattended. I shall wait for you. Just a moment. If I reach early. I look forward to meet you. Regards, Nancy. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the paragraph here. I hope this is visible. Okay. Now let me count the number of words. It's 85. The rule says 50, but I've used 85 words. Let me see if I have used all the keywords or not. Happy, receive, yes, I have used the word receive. Crowded, platform, arrives at, afternoon, unattended, luggage, in front of, wait, early, look forward. Okay, so I've used all the keywords. Let me read this out to you. Hello Aunt Polly, I am very happy to know that you are coming to stay with me for your vacation. I would come to the station to receive you. As the station is usually crowded, I would request you to wait for me. The platform is closer to the exit. The train arrives at 2:00 in the afternoon. Please do not leave your luggage unattended. I shall wait for you in front of the bookstall. Now bookstall is one word. I made a mistake there. In front of the bookstall if I reach early. I look forward to meet you. Regards, Nancy. Very simple. Now if you notice, the entire email is left indent. The mistakes where people do is they leave a gap like this every time they start a new paragraph. You see this? Let me remove the background shade so that you can see it clearly. So this is how people write. They leave a gap. This is not needed. It makes no sense. You don't have to write like this anymore. Okay, so don't leave this gap. This is not needed, it's redundant. If you look closely, every time I'm starting a new paragraph, it starts with a capital letter. Every time I'm using a full stop, the next word starts with a capital letter. These are basic common English. If you make mistakes on these areas in terms of punctuation, spellings, you will lose marks. So I have written this mail within 10 minutes. I have also used more than 50 words, which is the guideline, and I've also used all the keywords which was mentioned in the particular question. Now this email is perfect. I can click on the submit button in the tool and it should be validated. So mistakes that that you will end up doing is in terms of spelling, like I explained, some examples, grammatical mistakes, and punctuation mistake. Punctuation, for example, this 2 o'clock, I used one apostrophe, single quote. Okay, every time I end a sentence, I end it with full stop. Next sentence starts with a capital letter. There is an introduction, there is a main content, and there is a summary. So my email has 3 segments. I have used the sender's name, receiver's name as mentioned in the topic as well. So please make sure these guidelines are followed absolutely strictly. You do not make any mistakes in these areas. 90% of participants did very well in quantitative aptitude, in MCQ questions for MCQ area for programming language C, for coding. Everywhere they scored very well, but email they failed. So please make sure you're putting these training to practice, you're putting these learning to practice, and ask your questions on the YouTube link wherever you are watching. I will take a look at it and I will quickly answer. Yesterday I specifically asked you guys to provide your responses on the YouTube chat box, but I did not get a single response. I don't know what the challenges you are facing with regards to this particular program, but please understand we are doing this program only to make sure that you succeed, you get that dream job in TCS. So please take it seriously. Whatever questions you have, feel free to post, and I would love to look at your answer. I would love to make changes or make suggestions on the email that you write. Okay, now as far as the negative marking is concerned, like I clearly told you, it doesn't exist for email, but you will lose marks in case if you make punctuation mistake, grammatical mistakes, and spelling mistakes. That essentially doesn't mean that it's a negative marking. It's just that you will lose marks. You write the email accurately, you will score 10%. Okay, now do's and don'ts I mentioned already. You went through it, you also saw the examples. So I'm going to give you the quick assignment for tomorrow. This is your assignment for tomorrow. I'm going to read out this question. As a student representative of your department, write an email to your batchmates suggesting a party for head of department Professor Sunil, who is retiring next month. Sign the email as Sam. So the sender's name is Sam, the receiver's name is now the receiver, this is what is confusing you, right? The sender's name is Sam. It says send an email to your batchmates. So you can just say dear friends. Don't write this email to Professor Sunil. This is to confuse you. You need to write about Professor Sunil. The outline: inform, retire, plan, surprise, party, host, family, exceptional teacher, guide, mentor, groom, students, helpful, together, memorable. So I'm going to pause it here so that you can make a note of this. Please go ahead, make a note of this and provide your answer. Alright, so please write this email and provide the answer in the comment section of YouTube video. I will take a look at it. I also announce the name of the person who writes the most accurate email. Okay, so I'll see you guys tomorrow with some more email sample for TCS. Have a great day. Welcome everyone for today's session. It's another week where we are going to talk about the TCS assessment pattern. So as TCS is going to conduct a drive across AP, you will be notified about the places, the dates and all these important elements of information. Today I'm going to talk about the email writing for one last time. You will be notified about the next topic tomorrow. Before I begin, just to give you a brief, TCS is going to conduct a drive. This is for the new recruitment process that's going to begin. You will have two stages of selection. The first one is an online assessment. The second segment is the second stage is the interview round. Now, when we talk about the online assessment, you will have 4 categories, and when we talk about interviews, you will have HR round and technical round. You need to clear the online assessment in order to qualify for the interview round, to be called for the interview. So you need to finish and you need to write accurately the entire online assessment, and there are 4 categories, and all the 4 categories you need to clear. Even if you disqualify in one of the rounds or one of the sections, you will be disqualified. So the online test has 4 different sections. The first one is email writing, then you have quantitative aptitude, then you have multiple choice question on C programming language, and then you have coding test. You will have 1 email to be written with a time limit of 10 minutes. You will have 20 questions for quantitative aptitude with a time limit of 40 minutes. Multiple choice question on programming language C, you will have 10 questions to be finished in 20 minutes. And the coding test, which is a descriptive one, you need to write a program code which can be executed without an error. Only 1 such question with a time permitted as 20 minutes. If you look at the quantitative aptitude, it says number of star mark questions is 2. Just focus here. 2 questions which is star marked. What it basically means is the entire assessment will have negative marking, and this is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. There will be a negative mark of 0.33% for every wrong response. However, the 2 questions which is marked as star, you will lose double the points in case if it's incorrect, but you will also score double the marks if you answer it correct, which means the star mark questions have 2 times more marks. So if your answer is correct, you will score double. If your answer is incorrect, you will lose double. So which means it will become 0.66, negative 0.66. The topics that will be covered for quantitative aptitude is probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allocations or mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on ages, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, reasoning. As far as the email is concerned, I will show you a sample. I had been talking about sample every single day, but sadly not a single person has responded on the comment section of YouTube. So the email do's which you need to keep in mind: read the topic carefully and read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned in the topic. Even if you miss one of the keywords, the email will be invalid. Ensure the keywords are used in the same form as mentioned. You cannot change the tense or the verb form. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Every new paragraph should start when there is a change in thought group. So you will have introduction, you will have the body, and then you will have the summary. So each of these thought groups, there will be a new paragraph, and new paragraph will start with a fresh line. Another set of do's which you need to keep in mind: your entire email should be left indent. Please do not leave a gap when you start a new paragraph on the left. Usually we have the tendency of leaving a gap. Please don't do that. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. You should not change either of the names if it's already mentioned in the topic. The email should start with a greeting, hello, salutation, and also close with thanks and regards or thanks or regards. and you should mention the sender's name in the next line. The entire email should be written within 10 minutes, and you should click on the submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Even if you click on the button at the 10th minute, you will not be able to submit it. So please don't take a risk. Please finish writing the email within 6 to 7 minutes. Spend a couple of more minutes to revise and make changes and corrections. And please click on the submit button even before the clock shows 10 minutes is up. Every email will be given with a set of instruction. The instruction will also carry the number of words the email should have. Please make sure your email is exceeding those number of words. For example, if it says 50 words, your email should be 50 and above. Even if it's 49, you will get disqualified. Here are certain don'ts. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase which is mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the email of the keywords which is mentioned. Do not address the receiver as hi. Hi is very casual. Either use hello or use respected or use dear wherever it's applicable. Do not make any spelling, grammar or punctuation mistakes because you will lose points. Please make sure you don't exceed the 10-minute mark, and please do not write the email below the prescribed number of words. Okay? So let me show one more example today. Here is number 4 and 5 is what I'm going to complete today. After that, we'll be done with email writing today. As a tourist who has taken a package tour, write an email to the travel agent, Mr. Kumar, which means Mr. Kumar is the recipient, highlighting that the hotel is far from what was promised. Sign the email as Ahmed. So Ahmed is the sender. So Ahmed has taken Ahmed has taken a package tour from Mr. Kumar, but during the entire travel, they figured that the service is not good. So that's why they're writing an email. The outline or the keyword should be package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, professional, customer service, disappointed, shift, expectation, facilities, help. Here are the instructions. It is compulsory to use all the specific words mentioned in the outline in your email. You can add other sentences of your choice as appropriate. The name of the sender and receiver should be as given. The email must contain a minimum of 50 words or it will not be evaluated at all. If the outline is strictly not followed, including specific words used or correct English, which means correct grammar and spelling is not used, the grade in this section will be poor, which means you will lose marks. So here is your question in red font, and the green font are the keywords. Please make a note of this. I'm going to pause, make a note of this, then I will tell you how to write this email. I'll quickly check. So you have the comment section here. In case if you're watching this on YouTube, you can click here and type your question. So whatever questions you have with regards to email writing for TCS, please post your questions here. I will answer your questions. Okay, so let me copy this and I'm going to write the email now. Okay. Since I'm using a title, I will use a full stop and there should be a space. If I don't use a space, I will lose points in terms of punctuation. The name should start with capital letter. Okay, so here is the entire email. Mr. Kumar, now the question said the email should be written to Mr. Kumar. The sender is Ahmed. So here is the entire email. If you see, I have an introduction, then there is the body, and then there is summary. So basically I have written in 3 paragraphs, and every time I am changing paragraph I am coming to a new line. The entire email is left indent. If you leave a gap like this is incorrect. So please make sure you don't leave a gap. Now let's quickly check the word count. The word count is 101, 101. The question said it should be 50. I have written 101, 101 words, which is absolutely perfect. Now we need to check if we have used all the keywords or not. The first one is package tour, promise, 3-star, unclean, shocked, unprofessional, customer service, disappointed. I have used disappointed here as well, so which is fine. Shift, expectation, facilities and help. Facilities, help. So I've used all the keywords which is mentioned in the topic. Now let's read it. Hello Mr. Kumar, this is with regards to the package tour I've taken from you. I'm very disappointed and want to inform you that the service is not as per what the promise was. As per the package, comma, then space. The accommodation is a 3-star hotel, but we were given a low quality hotel. The room was unclean and I was shocked to see absolutely unprofessional customer service. I am very disappointed with the whole package and I want to shift to another hotel as this is below my expectation. Please make sure the facilities are, see I made a mistake here, are as what the promise, please make sure the facilities are as what promised, what was promised, and please help in this regard. Regards, Ahmed. So you don't have to use a comma here after the name. You don't have to use a comma after regards, not needed. The name starts with capital letter. After full stop, the sentence starts with capital letter. Every new paragraph starts with a new line and first letter capital. After comma, there is a space. So punctuation wise, grammar wise, structure wise, spelling wise, no mistakes. So this is a perfect email. Okay. So you need to keep in mind that you write the entire email in left indent. You don't make a space like this. It's incorrect. Even the summary, the closure is also left indent. Okay. Now let's look at example number 5, which is our last one. I'm going to read, then I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of it. As a member of your residential society, write an email to your inspector of local police station, Mr. Sharma, informing him about the miscreants who ride their bikes rashly every evening outside your society. Sign the email as William. The keywords are residential, rashly, children, play, elderly, walk, grocery shop, across the road, dangerous, accidents, nuisance, action, immediately. Okay, one person has sent an email. Wow. Posted on the comment section. This message is from Lakshmi Ganesh Vemuri, who asks how to send email to government institutions about clarifying doubts about how to join those institutions. I will quickly tell you how to write this email. Lakshmi Ganesh memory, don't worry, I'm going to reply to that. Before I respond to the particular question, here is your sample number 5. Please make a note of this. I'm going to quickly write this particular email and then I will help the person who asked the question. These are the keywords. Now I need to write this email to the local police station and the inspector's name is Mr. Sharma and the sender's name is William. Alright. Since I'm writing it to a government official, I can use the word respected. So this is my introduction. Okay, so here's my entire email. Let me quickly check if I've used more than 50 words. the word count is 105, which means I've used more than double. Now let's read it. Respected Inspector Sharma, I'm a resident of GB Towers in Vijayawada and I'm writing to you to bring to your notice about the problems we are facing. The society is a residential area for more than 100 families. There is a severe problem of young boys who ride their bikes very rashly every evening. There are children who go out to play and elderly people who are out for their evening walk. We also have residents going out to grocery shop across the road. The whole situation is very dangerous as accidents could happen. Please address this problem to stop the nuisance and take action immediately. Regards, William. Now, have I used all the keywords? Let's quickly check. First one is residential area, ride, rashly, children, play, elderly, walk, grocery, shop, across the road. Now this is a phrase. Dangerous, accidents, nuisance, action, immediately. So I've used all the keywords. The entire email is left indent. Okay, so I made sure there are no punctuation mistakes, there are no grammar mistakes, and every information is correctly mentioned here. Okay, so that was the last sample, and the email is subjected to Inspector Sharma. That is what the question said, and it's signed off as William as per the topic. Okay, so I hope this was helpful. Now let's quickly go to these two questions. How to send email to government institution about clarifying doubt about how to join in those institutions. If I understand your question correctly, Mr. Lakshmi Ganesh, I think you are asking about a job. I hope you are asking about joining as an employee of these government organizations and not at an educational institution. Okay, so whenever you have a situation like this, always address the receiver as respected sir, madam. Now you don't know what gender the person is, so it's good to write sir and madam both with a slash. I would like to join your esteemed organization. Now, another person has asked a similar question, how to send a CV in an email. Now, whenever you're sending a CV or a resume on an email, it should have a cover letter. So this can act as a cover letter as well. Next paragraph. Please find attached my resume. It's not resume, it's resume. Before that, you can just mention a little bit of introduction. I'm a science graduate. With specialization in, you can mention something specifics. I'm a science graduate with specialization in microprocessor from Andhra University. I completed my engineering in 2017 and I'm seeking employment in a reputed government department. Please find attached my resume, which has the details of my academic and personal information. Okay. I look forward to hear back from you. Thanking you in advance. Warm regards. And to change the spelling, just mention your name. So you have first name, middle name and last name. So all these should start with capital letter. Okay. The person who asked about Vamshi, how we send CV in an email, it should have a cover letter. So this is like a cover letter as well. Okay. So let me zoom it a little bit. So here is your email. Alright, very simple, very short. You gave your introduction a little bit and you also said your resume is attached. Okay. Tarun is asking how send marketing works in email. I don't understand what that means. Tarun, please rephrase your question. Your question is not clear. I'm not understanding when you say how send marketing works in email. I'm not quite clear what it means. Okay, so please ask your question again. Please phrase it properly so that I can understand and respond to your question. First two folks who asked the question, Lakshmi Ganesh Vemuri and Vamshi, this is the answer. I hope this is helpful. If you still have any questions, feel free to post in the comment section. Even after the live session is over, I will take a look at it and I will provide you with the answer. So even after the live session is over, now we have live chat. After the session is over, the comment section in the bottom of the YouTube program will get enabled. So you can post your questions there. I'm very happy that 3 people who asked questions today. So the last person, Tarun, your question is not quite clear. So please ask your question again and I will provide you with the answer. Okay. So I hope this was somewhat helpful. Whatever questions you have, please post on the YouTube comment section. I'll take a look and I will provide you with the answer. Okay. So I hope to see you tomorrow, and tomorrow I'll give you more details about this entire TCS placement drive. Thank you so much for watching. You have a great day. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everybody. I welcome you all to today's session. Today we're going to start a brand new session, and this is very, very specific to one particular organization. And as a part of APSSDC's initiative, we did this program since last 2 years, and it led to a huge success. I pretty much remember last year we started this in Kurnool and few other places, and roughly there are close to 5,000 to 6,000 people got placed in this organization, and this particular company is one of the top most ID company, not just in India but the entire world. And getting into this organization is definitely a dream for a lot of people who are either from engineering background or BSc background. It doesn't really matter, because this company recognizes the skills that you bring on table and how that can be improved to meet the expectation of the company as well as the client. And this is a pure Indian IT company which started way back, even before Wipro or say Infosys was a big name. So I'm sure you can take a guess which company I'm talking about, and this is Tata Consultancy Services, which is TCS. So as far as the TCS placement is concerned, the program is getting started again, and AP State Skill Development Corporation, as a part of the ongoing initiative, wants to make sure that we help you with the initial learning in order to clear the assessments. So what exactly happens as a part of the selection process? First and foremost, you need to remember that you need to have a strong academic background. You should be scoring minimum of 60% and above across your academic career, which is +2, as well as your graduation, and you got to be really good in the fundamentals. But what the company doesn't talk about is certain aspect which they will assess you on as far as the placement process is concerned, and this is where APSSDC program is going to help you. For the next 10 days, I'm going to take you through certain aspects of this entire placement process. So this is more of a recruitment training that you're going to go through. In order to understand what this training is going to be, you need to know what is the pattern of the selection. So here goes the pattern of the entire selection. The first step is going to be the written round, which is an online test. So please remember, the first step is the online test. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of these details. So the sections on the placement, there are 4 different sections: email writing skills, quantitative aptitude, the TCS C MCQ, and the last one is coding test. So when we talk about MCQ, this is more of a technical aspect, and coding test, again, there will be a situation given to you and you need to write a code. The total time given for the coding test is 20 minutes. For the C MCQ is 20 minutes. You will have quantitative aptitude before that, 20 questions, 40 minutes. So you basically get 2 minutes per question. That's a whole lot. And then you have email writing. You will have to write 1 email, which will ask for, you will be given a 10-minute timeline to write that email. So I'm going to pause here. Please make a note of these aspects. What do we mean by number of star mark question? I will explain to you, but please make a note of these points. All right, let's begin. So you will have email writing. So essentially what happens in an email writing is you will be given a particular topic and you need to write an email which is absolutely relevant and related to that particular topic. It's very important. You need to understand why this is very critical. Now, in order to explain the importance and the significance of it, let me tell you the reality. The first phase of TCS recruitment that happened across Andhra Pradesh, and APSSDC was instrumental in imparting the skills, the recruitment training. 90% of the students did very well in quantitative aptitude, but they failed in email writing skills. Now, what exactly goes wrong in email writing skills? I will take you through that. We will have a very extensive training. What are the pitfalls? What are the areas where you will end up making a mistake in terms of email writing skills? Why it's important? What do they look for? How do they assess you? How do they score you in terms of email writing? I will give you the entire aspect, and in today's session I will talk about the do's and don'ts of the email. I will also show you an example, a quick example, how to write an effective email. Now, once that email is taken care of, even if you clear that, you need to clear the quantitative aptitude. So quantitative aptitude, if you clear but you do not score well in email writing, if you get disqualified, that means you cannot go through the next segment, which is the interview round, which will be HR as well as technical round. So let's take a look at the slide again. So 4 sections we are talking about: email writing skills, quantitative aptitude, The C MCQ, where you need to write some programs and certain questions, will be given with optional, basically the multiple choice options which you need to pick from. So the TCS C MCQ that you see, these are technical questions, 10 questions. You need to pick the correct answer. You will be given options. Coding test, now you need to write a code within 20 minutes. So the first one, email writing skill, is descriptive. You need to write an email. Quantitative aptitude is multiple choice. The C MCQ again is multiple choice, and coding test, you need to write the code the way it can be executed without any issues. Now the point that you need to keep in mind, it says number of star mark questions is 2, which means there will be 2 questions which will be marked star. You cannot go wrong in these 2 questions. So when we talk about online test, there is a new rule that has come in, which is in terms of negative marking. Please make a note of these points that I'm talking, and please keep that in mind and follow that religiously. There is a negative marking of 0.33 per wrong question in TCS multiple choice questions. Negative marking is only applicable in the quant section. There is not there won't be any negative marking for the email writing on the entire email, so on the entire test. So when we talk about negative marking, it's only there for the multiple choice questions, and that too only for quantitative aptitude. The second segment that you see, only for quantitative aptitude you will have negative marking. Now how will it be calculated? If the question, if you answer correctly, you score 1 point. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose 0.33, which means if there are 10 questions, you have answered 8 questions accurately, you score 8 points. 2 questions you make a mistake, it becomes minus 33 multiplied by 2, which is minus 66. So from 8 points that you scored, 0.66 will be deducted. So negative marking can be very detrimental in terms of a good success ratio, because whatever you have scored, you may end up losing the positive points if you answer incorrectly. That's why please be very careful when you answer the quantitative aptitude questions. You will have 20 questions that needs to be answered in 40 minutes, which means you're getting 2 minutes per question. So please be extremely sure what you are choosing as your correct answer. Okay, the star mark question have 2 times more marks, and negative marking is also double. What does that mean? When we talk about quantitative aptitude, there are 2 questions. Let me bring my mouse, hover over it. So you have 2 questions. If the question paper has 10 marks, 10 questions, there are 2 questions which is starred. That means these 2 questions, the score will double. It's like a bumper question. So it will become 2 points each. Now when you're scoring positive 2 points, if you go wrong, the negative will also double. So it will become minus 66, or minus 0.66, I'm sorry. So please be very careful. You will score double, but you will also lose double. So for the 2 starred question, please be extremely careful what you're writing. Alright, so I'm going to pause here. Please make a note of this. Let me make a quick change here because it's not making complete sense. So let me repeat this. I'm going to mark it bold. I hope this is visible to all of you. There is negative marking of 0.33% for each wrong answer. So when I say 0.33%, that is against the entire point that you can score on that particular question. So negative mark is applicable only in quant section. Okay, so rest of the entire question there won't be any negative mark. Now this is extremely important, so I'm going to mark this in a different color so that you remember. Alright, so let me repeat this again. There is negative marking of 0.33% for every wrong answer. Now when I say 0.33%, which means if the question you can score 1 mark, you will use minus 33. Negative marking is applicable only in the quant section, and the star mark question have 2 times more marks, and negative mark is also double. Okay, so please bear this in mind, do not go wrong. Now let me talk about the topics that you will get in terms of the quantitative ability. I'm going to mark this bold so that it's clearly visible to you. This is for those who are watching in television or computer screen, just to make sure that this is clearly visible to all of you. So probability, permutation combination, time and distance, time and work, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratio and proportion, allegations and mixtures, series and progressions, average, percentage profit and loss, problems on edges, areas, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, reasoning. So if you look at this entire list of topic, this is what will be covered across the 20 questions that you see here. Alright, so these 20 questions will be spread across these topics. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a note of these topics. Probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allegations and mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage profit and loss, problems on edges, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, reasoning. I'm going to pause here so that you can make a quick note of these topics. Okay, I hope this is helpful. So please remember, today's session is only in terms of orientation to help you understand how the entire pattern will be. Tomorrow onwards, I'm going to start the email writing session. Along with that, once I'm done with email writing, I will also talk about essentials of a successful interview, dress code, body language. All this will also be covered. If I'm talking about email writing skill, I also need to talk a bit about communication aspect. So I will talk about that as well, in terms of punctuation, in terms of grammar, in terms of perfect structure for an email, the typos, the grammatical mistakes that we do, the spelling, the common spelling mistakes that we end up doing in email, because you're going to lose marks if you make a grammatical mistake or spelling mistake or punctuation mistake. All this will be a part of my program. And the beginning of the session from tomorrow, I will definitely take you through the entire format, the entire pattern. This is for the benefit of those who could not join today. And the last 10 minutes of the session, including today, will be dedicated for question and answer. So in case any one of you have any questions, you have certain doubts, you want to get it clarified, either through Zoom, the web conference platform which is installed in my system right now, as well as if somebody wants to call and ask any questions, we will be open to that, but only the last 10 minutes of the session, so that you collect all the questions and ask me all together. Alright, so let's move forward. So here are the list of topics which you must have taken down. I'm assuming that you have the list of the topics that will be covered for quantitative aptitude. Now in terms of email, these are certain very, very important aspects that you need to know. Like I said, 90% of the candidates have failed in email writing. they have done really well in terms of quantitative aptitude, but when it comes to email, they failed, because of which they could not even go to the interview round. So I'm going to read this across very slowly so that you can make a note of these. So these are the points that you need to keep in mind in order to do it accurately. These are the email do's. Read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or the key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrases, the email will be invalid. What do I mean by this point? I will explain to you. Don't worry about it. Just make a note of these. I will explain in detail. I'm going to repeat point number 4 and 3. So use each and every keyword and phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keywords phrases, the email will be invalid. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, if the keyword says buy, you cannot be using a past tense form which is bought. You need to use the word buy. Keyword should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. That is very, very important. There will be a list of keywords that will be given to you. It could be 8, 10 or 12 for the email. You need to use these keywords in the entire email, so that it has to follow the same sequence. I will explain to you how it's going to look like. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group. What do we mean by thought group? I will explain to you. New paragraph should start as a fresh line. This is in terms of structure. Let me increase the font size for this so that it's visible to you. The entire email should be in left indent format. Don't leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your mail with greeting, hello, receiver's name. Always end your mail with salutation, thanks and regards, which is a closing, and mention the sender's name. The sender's name and the receiver's name will be mentioned in the email itself. Please do not get confused. I will explain. I will also give you examples how to write these emails. Ensure the entire email is written within 10 minutes. Click on submit button before the 10-minute time is up. Clicking on the button even at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the email to be submitted. Now this is extremely important, guys. This entire email you need to write within 10 minutes. Now there will be a clock which will be ticking, which will be a countdown timer for 10 minutes. If you are assuming or if you think you can keep on writing the email, the moment it's 10 minutes, the system will automatically submit the answer. No, that's not going to happen. You need to make sure you click on the submit button even before the 10-minute time is up. It could be 9 minutes, it could be 9 minutes 57 seconds or 59 seconds. Doesn't matter. It's mandatory. It's extremely important. You need to, it's compulsory, since you love the word compulsory. It's compulsory and mandatory. You need to click on the submit button for email. Only then your answer will get registered. Lot of people wrote email but they did not click on the submit button. They thought the moment the time is up, automatically the system will save it. Please don't rely on it. Please click on the submit button. Very, very important. And the points that I'm reading so far, all this will be clarified, all this will be simplified when I'm showing you how the email question will look like and what are the keywords and how you need to write an email. Alright, let's move back to the slide. So click on submit button before 10 minutes time is up. Clicking on the button even at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the email to be submitted. Word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. The question will tell you how many words the email should have. It could be 60, it could be 80, it could say that the word count should be between 80 to 100. Please make sure it's not below 80 or not above 100. Very, very important. If you go wrong in these aspects, you will lose marks. You may also get disqualified. Alright. Now let me take you through the don'ts. These are the things you should not be doing in terms of email writing. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. Lot of people write an email with hi. Please do not use hi. It should be hello. That's more professional way. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes, or punctuation mistakes in the email. Do not exceed 10 minutes time limit. Do not write the email below the number of words given in the instruction. So if the email says that it should be minimum of 80 words, even if your email is 79 words, you will get disqualified. If you make grammatical mistake in terms of more than one word or sentence, you will lose points. If you make lot of punctuation mistakes, you will get disqualified. If you make typographical mistakes, like lot of people have issues with spelling. If I'm writing something on a Word document or PowerPoint, the system itself shows me what is the correct spelling. But when it comes to email writing on TCS, it's not going to tell you. So you got to be extremely careful. I will talk about these aspects. Clear? So I'm going to read out the don'ts once again. So please keep this in mind. And what do I mean by keyword? I will explain to you shortly. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form in the given keyword. For example, if the keyword is buy, if the keyword is go, you cannot change will be going or went or bought or will be buying. You cannot do that. Do not address the receiver as hi. It should be hello. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes, or punctuation mistakes. Do not exceed 10 minutes timeline. Like I told you, you need to click on the submit button even before the 10-minute time is up. Very, very important. If you miss that, you will get disqualified. It will not register your answer. And the last point, do not write the email below the number of word count that is given on the instruction. Clear? So let me show you how the question will look like. I just want to make use of, let me see if this is going to be comfortable. I hope the screen is visible to everybody. So let me remove these grids. Okay, I'm going to show you an example question how the TCS email question will look like. Now my program will talk about email writing. Later on I'll talk about body language and interview essentials, how to succeed in interviews, what is the importance of body language. I will also talk about dress code, what kind of shirt you should be wearing, what kind of watch you should be wearing, should you carry a pen or not. I will also help you with resume, so don't worry about all these aspects. Focus on the email. Once we are done, we'll move forward. Okay, so this is a typical email question that will come through for the TCS email assessment. I'm going to increase the font size so that this is going to be visible to you. You are the manager for a team of 10 members. I hope this is visible now. So we're going to wrap the session as soon as I'm done giving you the question. If you have any questions, you can ask on Zoom. I'm going to remove the mute. If anybody got a question, you can ask me while I'm writing this particular sample question. Very simple. Let me read this out. You are the manager for a team of 10 members. Write an email to the team informing them about the Independence Day celebration in office. This is a typical question that you will get. Okay, let me mark it bold so that it's visible to you. These are the kind of email scenario you will get. Now what it will say, use the below keywords. So wish, inform, independence, freedom, sacrifice. Okay, I'm going to give you, so this is 5. I'm going to give you 5 more. So see, I made a mistake and I'm able to correct it. Okay, so these are the 10 words that you will get. You need to write an email to the team about the Independence Day celebration using these words, and the sequence should be same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is wish, inform, independence, freedom, sacrifice, dress code, competition, winner, lunch, contribution. You need to use the sequence in the same manner. You need to use all these keywords, and the email should be a minimum of 80 words. For example, you will write, dear team, I wish to inform you that we are going to celebrate Independence Day to mark the freedom of our nation, to pay respect to all the freedom fighters who made the sacrifice. So if you pay attention, I said who made the sacrifice. I am not saying who sacrificed their lives, because if I say sacrificed with a D in the end, it becomes past tense form and I am not allowed to do that. So who made the sacrifice? I would like to inform you that there will be a dress code which will be traditional or ethnic, and there will also be a competition for best dressed male or female. The winner will be given a surprise and the team is invited for the lunch. I thank you in advance for the contribution to make this entire function successful. Very simple. I used all the keywords in the same fashion it's given. Neither I'm changing the verb form nor I'm changing the tense form. I'm not supposed to do that. Even if I miss one keyword, I will get disqualified. If I change the form, I'll get disqualified. If I write less than the prescribed number of keywords, I will get disqualified. If I make grammatical mistake, punctuation mistake, I will lose points. But I will also help you how to ensure you do not make these mistakes. Okay, what I would love to do is, now that you have this particular program on YouTube, you know this is the question, I want you to write the email and post on the comment section of the YouTube video which is getting broadcasted right now. Tomorrow I will take a look at it. I will also announce the name of the person who wrote the most accurate email, and tomorrow I will definitely tell you how to be successful in these emails. Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to write to me on the comment section of the YouTube program that you're watching. If you're watching it on Mana TV, you can go back to YouTube, look for the channel for today's program, and it's listed as TCS Drive Orientation. So please post your questions. I will take a look at it after the session is over, and tomorrow I will answer these questions. Alright, so I hope this was helpful. Once again, I want to thank you for participating. I know this was a little short notice, but the idea is to make sure that you understand what this program is all about. So we'll talk about the entire quantitative aptitude as well in a different session, and once that is done, we'll move on to the next segment. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for participating. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Hello everyone, welcome to today's session. So today it's day 2 of TCS pattern, which we have taken up yesterday. Yesterday I took you through the entire assessment pattern for TCS selection. So please remember, this drive is going to happen very soon. You will get to know from your placement officers as well as EPSSDC coordinators about it. What you need to keep in mind is the first stage of selection will be written test, followed by interviews, and these interviews will be HR round as well as technical round. Now what we are going to do is we are going to talk about the entire pattern for written assessment, and I'm also going to help you with one particular aspect which is very, very critical and essential, and that is email writing. So when we talk about the pattern, why am I talking about email writing is, so the pattern has email writing as one of the criteria, one of the sections. So there are 4 sections in the written assessment. You have email writing skills, where you have one email which you need to write within 10 minutes. So the time allotted or stipulated is 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes you need to write this email. Then you have quantitative aptitude. You have 20 questions. Let's have the slide. You will have 20 questions, and the time permitted for these 20 questions is 40 minutes. So within 40 minutes you need to answer these 20 questions, which essentially means 2 minutes per question. If you compare that with some of the other aptitude tests or quantitative aptitude tests that happens in other organizations, so the time allotted is pretty lower. Here you're getting 2 minutes, which is pretty good, I would say. If you look at the extreme right, it says number of star mark questions is 2. What does this mean? I will explain that very soon. I know I spoke about all this yesterday. I'm doing that again today for the benefit of those who did not attend the session yesterday. Then you have TCS C MCQ, multiple choice question, and that will be on C program language. You will have 10 questions that you need to answer. You will have 20 minutes time. Again, you have 2 minutes per answer. You need to pick the right option. Then you have a coding test, which is one program that you need to write depending on what the question is, and the time allotted here is 20 minutes. Now there is also a negative marking. What does that mean? There is a negative marks of 0.33% for every wrong response, and this is applicable only for quantitative sections. So out of the 20 questions, if you are answering any question incorrectly, you will lose 0.33 marks. Okay, that's a negative marking. So you got to be very careful. So out of 20, 10 questions you have answered correctly, you score 10 points. Remaining 10 you have answered incorrectly. For each question it will be minus 33. So imagine how many points you will end up losing. You lose 3.33 points minus 10 that you have scored. So it's a very dicey situation. That's why you have 2 minutes per question. Please be very prudent. Please be very careful when you answer these questions, especially on quantitative aptitude, because you have 0.33 negative marks, and this is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. Okay. Now here is the important aspect, which says star marked questions have 2 times more marks. Please note the negative marks also double up, which means if I have a particular question, you answer it correctly. Let me give you an illustration to help you understand it better. So I have number of questions here. Okay. Now the point, each of these questions allows you to score 1 marks each. Okay. So this is what you can score. I'm going to change the color so that you can understand. If the answer is correct, you will score, let me mark it green. If the answer is correct, you will score 1 mark, because this is a total mark that you can score. Okay. Now this is only specific to quantitative aptitude I am talking about. Let me add the description, question number, I'm going to change this a little bit so that it's easier for you to understand. Okay, so you have question number 1. The allowed marks is 1. If you answer it correctly, you will score 1 marks each. Now, in case if you answer it incorrectly, in case if there is a mistake in this particular answer, so you will lose minus 0.33. Okay, this is what you will lose in case if it's incorrect. Now what happens is, say this is how the entire paper will look like, and there are 2 questions which is marked as star. Okay, this is what I was talking about. Say for example, star mark question has 2 times more marks. Please note the negative mark also double up. What do I mean by that? The marks allowed here says 1. Since these 2 are starred, I am going to mark it with a different background. Since this is marked as star, you can score 2 points in case if it's a correct answer, because these 2 are starred. But in case if you make a mistake, it will double as well. So these 5 and 6, whatever is marked as star, is basically your bumper question. If you have scored less, you can score more on these 2 questions. But please remember, if you have already made some incorrect choices, and in the start question also, if you make an incorrect choice, you will lose more points. So you got to be very, very careful. Okay. So again, you have quantitative aptitude, 20 questions, 40 minutes allowed, 2 star mark questions. You will have questions, multiple choice question on C language. Then you have a coding test where you need to write the entire code that can be executed without an error. That's only 20 minutes allowed. And now comes email writing skills. Like yesterday I said, email writing is where majority of participants have failed in last 2 years. What are the mistakes that they ended up doing? Let me talk about that in terms of do's and don'ts. But before that, a quick recap of what the topics that will be part of the 20 questions for quantitative aptitude. Here are the topics which you need to focus on: probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, alligation and mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage profit and loss, problems on ages, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. So these are the topics which will cover the entire 20 question that will come for quantitative aptitude. Now for email writing, there are things which you need to remember, you need to keep in mind. Please do not miss these points. You have to follow what I'm going to talk about now. Then I will talk about what you should not be doing. Alright, let's begin. I did this yesterday. I'm doing a recap so that whatever you missed, you can understand that today essentially well. Let's go. So read the topic carefully. Read and understand the keywords or key phrases mentioned. Use each and every keyword and phrases mentioned. Even if you miss one of the keyword or phrase, the email will be invalid. Ensure keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, buy cannot be used as bought. You cannot change the tense or the verb form. Keywords should be mentioned in the sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group. New paragraph should start as a fresh line. Entire email should be left indent. Do not leave a gap on the left when you start a new paragraph. Use the receiver's name and sender's name as mentioned in the topic. Always begin your email with greeting, hello, or salutation in the end, the closing, thanks and regards, and mention the sender's name. You will get certain mails where the receiver and the sender's name will be mentioned, so keep that in mind. Ensure the entire email is written within 10 minutes. Click on submit button before 10-minute time is up. Clicking on the button even at the 10-minute mark or later will not allow the mail to be submitted. So the time allocated is 10 minutes. Even if you submit or if you continue to write that email and you don't submit within 10 minutes, it will not allow you to register that email. Word count of the email should be as per the instruction given in the question. So if this word count says minimum 70 words, you have to write minimum 70 words. Keep that in mind. Now the don'ts aspect. These are the things which you should not be doing. Here's the first one. Do not miss even a single keyword or phrase mentioned in the topic. Do not change the tense or the verb form of the given keyword. Do not address the receiver as hi. You should always use hello. Do not make any spelling mistakes, grammatical mistakes, or punctuation mistakes because you will lose points. Do not exceed 10 minutes time limit. Do not write the mail below the number of words given in instruction. So if the email says 80 words, you can use 85, 90, 95, 120, 1000, 1 lakh words, doesn't matter. But even if you use 79 words, you will be disqualified. This is very, very important. These are the areas where you will get disqualified or you will lose points. So I'm going to show you the slide again. Please make a note of these points. I'm going to pause so that you can make a note of these points. Even if you go wrong in even 1 point, you will get disqualified or you will lose marks. Alright, so let's look at some examples. I prepared a couple of sample tests so that we can go through it. Now before that, please remember there are 4 sections in the entire assessment. We have email writing skills, quantitative aptitude, C language where you will have multiple choice questions, and you have coding. All these sections you need to clear in order to qualify for the interview round. You cannot say that okay, in email I failed but other 3 sections I have done well, so I should be given a chance. I'm sorry, that doesn't work like that. TCS is one of the best company in the world, of course in India as well. So obviously they want the best people. You need to ask yourself, are you that best person? This training is initiated to make you the best. We are going to help you with everything that you need, but it's up to you how much you practice. Yesterday I categorically mentioned that if you have any questions, please post on the YouTube video. I will take a look at it and I'll provide the answer, but not a single question has come through. So if you're watching this program right now, you may call during the last 10 minutes of this session. I will tell you when. So please call and ask your questions. Alright, let's begin. Here is how the email will look like in the assessment. Okay, it will say write an email to Vikas Singh detailing the procedure to reset his password for Wi-Fi in order to access internet through his desktop. I'm going to mark this red because this is what the question is. Okay, this is how the question will look like. Write an email to Vikas Singh. Now when it says to Vikas Singh, this means this is a receiver. Detailing the procedure to reset his password for Wi-Fi in order to access internet through his desktop. Okay. Now you need to make sure you are not breaking any one of these rules. If you break these rules, you will get disqualified. So please be very careful. Rule A. Use all the keywords given below. Minimum words should be 50, otherwise your email cannot be validated. Addressing and signing should be done as in the question given. Means addressing means the receiver. The sender's name is not mentioned. If you look at it, it only says write an email to Vikas Singh. Only the receiver name is mentioned here. The sender's name is not mentioned, so you can write your name. That's what it means. Addressing and signing should be done as in the question given. Common grammatical rules. Punctuation should be according to standard English. You cannot make a mistake in terms of grammar or punctuation. You can use your own phrases along with the phrases given. For example, there are keywords. These are the keywords. In case if there is a keyword which is a phrase, for example, there are 10 keywords given. You have to use all the 10 keywords in the same sequence. Please remember that. Don't make a mistake. What it says is, in case there is a phrase given, you can add more to that phrase. For example, number 11, if the phrase is please contact us, you can make an extension out of it. Please contact us in case So please contact us in case you face any difficulties while changing the password. This is what was given as a part of the question, please contact us, and I have added this as a part of the answer. This is just an example, don't get confused. Okay, now let's take a look at it. The question is, write an email to Vikas Singh detailing the procedure to reset his password for Wi-Fi in order to access internet through his desktop. These are the keywords: reset, default, password, special character, browser, router, Wi-Fi, internet, procedure, account. Okay. Now these are the keywords I am going to use. I am going to make it a little more user friendly so that you understand. Okay. So instead of writing the keywords this way, I wrote it this way so that we take less space. Alright, so we're going to go left to right, reset default password, special character, browser, router, Wi-Fi, internet, procedure, account. Please keep in mind we have to follow the same sequence as well. So here come the actual email that I'm going to write now. Please remember, I mentioned in the do's, the email should always be left indent, correct? And it should always start with hello. And what is the name? Hello Vikas, because the question says write an email to Vikas Singh, detail the procedure to reset his password. So I'm just starting the email. Hello Vikas, I would like to help you to reset the default password. As you are facing some issues. I just added that line. That's absolutely fine. Hello Vikas, I would like to help you to reset the default password as you are facing some issues. Please make sure the password has special character and numerics as well. So please make sure the password has special character and numeric as well. You may open browser, preferably Google Chrome, and connect with the router. To enable the Wi-Fi. This will allow you access internet on your desktop. Now I change the paragraph. Why did I change the paragraph? Because now I'm going to summarize. This is the main crux of the email. Now I'm going to summarize. In case if you have any questions about the procedure, I'm going to reduce this a little bit. I hope this is visible. So let me read this to you. Hello Vikas, I would like to help you to reset the default password as you are facing some issues. Please make sure the password has special character and numeric as well. You may open a browser, preferably Google Chrome, and connect with the router to enable Wi-Fi. This will allow you to access internet on your desktop. In case you have any questions about the procedure, you can contact me. If you're not able to access the internet, please try reactivating your account from the settings. Thanks and regards, your name. Now the point to be noted is these are the keywords that were given: reset, default, password, special character, browser, router, Wi-Fi, internet, procedure, account. My email should use all these keywords. Even if I miss one keyword, I will get disqualified. Let's start. Reset. I would like to help you to reset. So here it is. Reset is done. Default. I would like to help you to reset the default password. Now password is also used. As you are facing some issues, please make sure the password has special character. You see this special character here? It's used. And numeric as well. You may open a browser, preferably Google Chrome. So you may open a browser. So I've used browser as well. Now next 5 words I need to use: router, Wi-Fi, internet, procedure, account. Okay, so let's look at router. Where did I use? Preferably Google Chrome, and connect with the router to enable the Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi is also used. This will allow you to access internet on your desktop. In case you have any questions about the procedure, so I use procedure, you can contact me. If you are not able to access the internet, please try reactivating your account from settings. So I have not only used all the keywords, but I have also used it in the same sequence. Earlier we thought that following the sequence is not necessary. Then we again saw some people got disqualified. We checked and figured that it's good to use the same sequence as well. Now point to be noted in this particular email: if you see the entire email is left indent, you can put a scale here and see everything is left. The common mistakes what people do, instead of saying hello, they say hi. This is wrong. It should always be hello. They start a paragraph like this. This is wrong. Please don't do this. This is absolutely wrong. You don't have to leave this gap. Okay? This gap is unnecessary. Another mistake that people do, they say hi Vikas or hello Vikas and they use a comma. This comma should not be used at all. This is not needed. It has no role to play. Okay? So I want to quickly talk about certain aspect of punctuation. If you make a mistake in punctuation, you will lose marks. If you look closely here, please make sure I have used a comma. Okay, let me highlight this. You see this here? Please make sure comma. Now when I use a comma, lot of people make a mistake. They say please make sure the space, comma, again space, then the word starts. That is absolutely wrong. There should not be any space before the comma. It should be after the comma. So if I am writing a sentence, I need to use comma, and after that there should be a space. And if I use a comma, the next word should start with lowercase. It cannot start with uppercase. It will start with uppercase only in case of noun. For example, let me show you an illustration here. Just a moment. I went to the airport, ordered a cup of coffee. Okay, look at this entire sentence. I went to the airport. Let me zoom it a little more so that it's clearly visible to all of you. I went to the airport, comma, space, ordered a cup of coffee and waited for the flight. The moment I was ready to leave, let me reduce this a bit. The moment I was ready to leave, comma, I met my friend. So I is uppercase here because first person I will always be uppercase, or if it's a noun, name of a place, for example, the moment I was ready to leave, John asked me to talk to him. So J is capital because it's a name. So any name will always start with the capital letter. So please keep that in mind. Okay. So that's about punctuation. You need to be very, very sure that in case if you're using a comma, after the comma there should be space, not before that. If you make such silly mistakes, you will lose points. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the email. All right. Now I want to talk quickly about the structure as well. So I started the mail. I spoke about the main topic in the very first paragraph. I moved to the next paragraph because my thought group is changing. Now I want to summarize it. So the email will have the structure. You can start with an introduction. In this case, it's a pretty straightforward email. You don't have to really introduce. If you want to, you can do that. Then I wrote the main content of the email. Then I summarized. Now, important point is, it says minimum words should be 50. Otherwise, the email cannot be validated. Now, I want to exclude hello Vikas and thanks and regards, and I want to see how many words I have used. I select all this and it says 84. In bottom in Word document, it will show as 84. So I've used 84 words, which is absolutely fine. Even though it says minimum 50 words, I have used 80 words. Clear? So let me quickly check. Just make a note of these aspects. Let me have that on the screen. Meanwhile, I'm going to quickly check if we going to have the provision for call-in so that you can ask any questions. So let's have this on the screen so that they can make a note of it. So look at the email, look at the structure, and like I said, if you're writing this in Word, you will get to know where you are making the mistake. Alright, let me zoom in and show you. If I make a mistake, the system will automatically show me. For example, if I use a space before comma, you see this green line. You see this green underline, that means there is an error. So since I am using Word document, it will show me that I made a mistake. Even if I use it like this, it will show me that I have made a mistake. If I make a spelling mistake, it will show red mark. Okay. But in your tool, in the TCS assessment, the system will not show you where the mistakes are. So you got to be very, very, very sure that you're not making these punctuation mistakes or even grammatical mistakes. Okay, let's go on to the next topic. This is the next email that I want to practice. Now before that, in case if anybody has any questions, you can call. I want to give this particular question as an assignment. You can provide your answer on the comment section of the YouTube video. Okay. Now while I'm reading this question, you will see a number flash on your screen. If you have any doubts, you want to speak, you can call. While you call, I want to read out this particular email which you need to write for tomorrow's assignment. You can post this answer on the comment section of the YouTube video. Let's go. Write an email to Bhavya Reddy giving her the details of the procedure of deleting temp files from her desktop. So we all have temp files that gets created on the desktop, which slows down the performance of the system. So you need to write an email. The receiver's name is Bhavya Reddy. You need to tell her how to delete these temp files from the desktop. Okay. Follow the rules mentioned below. Use all the keywords given below. Minimum words should be 50, otherwise your email cannot be validated. Addressing and signing should be done as in the questions given. Common grammatical rules, punctuation should be according to standard English. You can use your own phrases along with the phrases given. So this is a question. I want to mark this in bold red so that you can identify. Please make a note of this. Okay, and here are the keywords. These are the 10 keywords that you need to use. To make it simple, you don't have to follow the same sequence because this is a practice assessment. For once, as one-time concession, you don't have to follow the same sequence. But next time onwards, you need to use the same sequence. So the keywords are D drive, delete, cleanup, temp files, restart, system, speed, cookies, browser, procedure. Please make a note of this. D drive, delete, cleanup, temp files, restart, system, speed, cookies, browser, and procedure. These are the keywords that you will need to use on the email that you're going to write. This is the email which you are supposed to write. An email to Bhavya Reddy giving her the details of procedure of deleting temp files from her desktop. Okay. Now how will you send this assignment? It's fairly simple. Go to YouTube. You can open, let me look up the name just a moment. So you have Mana TV Amravati. You can just look it up. Look for the particular session. It will have the date as well. It will always show the date. For example, the date will come here because right now, since this is live, you are seeing it live now. Okay. So once you are done, you can open this and then you can go to the comment section and you can post the answer. Okay. You can also post the question here. Okay, somebody has already asked some questions. somebody is asking questions as, hi bro, I'm sorry, I'm not your bro, I'm a trainer here, so please don't bro me. As far as the technical questions, what are the technical questions they will ask? Some other trainer is going to come and talk about it, so don't worry about that at all. So as far as the assignment is concerned, I would really request you to please post your question, and in case if you choose to ask the questions here, please do, but please keep it very professional. When you talk to someone on a professional setup as a bro, it's considered extremely rude and unprofessional, so please don't do that. You may keep posting your question, I will take a look at it. Now in the live session, it's difficult for me to keep a tab on the questions. So once the session is over, post your question in the comment section. I will take a look at it and I will provide you with the answer. Okay. So once again, here is your assignment for tomorrow. Please write this email and post it on the comment section. I'll take a look at it. I will also announce the person's name, whoever writes the most accurate email. So I repeat, the question is, you need to write an email to Bhavya Reddy giving her the details of procedure of deleting temp files from her desktop. You need to make sure you use all the keywords. Minimum word count is 50. You need to use the same addressing and signing which is mentioned on the question. You should not be making grammatical mistakes or punctuation mistakes. You will lose points. And here are the keywords: D drive, delete, clean up, temp files, restart, system, speed, cookies, browser, procedure. Alright, so I hope this was helpful for today. Tomorrow I am really keen to see how many of you send the right responses, because I need to see how many of you are actually following this program and learning something. Based on that, I will give you more example, but tomorrow's session will be more intense. Now when I say tomorrow, it doesn't mean it's 15th of August. We are all going to celebrate Independence Day. So tomorrow we do not have a session, but day after what I'm talking about. So day after when we meet, I'm going to give you the basics of email writing skills, how the structure should look like, where you end up making mistakes. I will speak a bit on the common spelling mistakes that we end up doing and how to avoid it as well. Alright, so have a great day. I'll see you guys day after. And please, you have 2 days time. Please write as many times as possible. You can send your email like 5 or 6 times on the comment section. Absolutely fine, as long as it's making you perfect. All right. Have a great day ahead. Thank you. Hello, welcome to today's session once again. So we are continuing with the TCS pattern. I'm going to explain the entire online assessment pattern first. This is for the benefit of those who did not attend the session for last 2 days, and then I will move on to one more sample of how to write an effective email. Alright, so let's begin. Here is your pattern which you can expect for the online assessment. You will have 4 sections. The first one being email writing skills, then you have quantitative aptitude, TCS program C language. You will have multiple choice questions there. Then you have a coding test, which is going to be descriptive, where you need to write the entire code. Now let's look at the details. The number of questions for email is just 1. You just need to write 1 email. I will show you how the email question will look like. The time allotted is 10 minutes. You need to write the email within 10 minutes. Then you have quantitative aptitude. You will have 20 questions. The duration is 40 minutes, 2 minutes per question. And there are 2 questions which is star marked. I will tell you what do you mean by star marked very soon. Then you have the C program, multiple choice question. You have 10 questions there, 20 minutes, which means 2 minutes each. You do not have any star mark questions there. And coding test, you need to write a code based on the questions given, and the time allotted is 20 minutes. Now there is an important aspect which you need to remember, which is in terms of negative marking. So how much marks will you lose in case if you give a wrong answer? And that is 0.33% of the total mark allotted to that particular question. So there's a negative marking of 0.33% for every wrong response, and negative marking is applicable only for quantitative aptitude. There are 2 questions in quantitative aptitude which I showed you. These 2 star marked questions will carry double the mark. So basically if the remaining 18 questions have 1 mark each, this one will carry 2 marks, whatever is star marked. Now the point that you need to remember is, if you can score double if it's a correct answer, you will also lose double in case if the answer is incorrect, which means instead of minus 0.33%, you will lose minus 0.66%. So please keep that in mind when you attempt these 2 questions. Now the topics that you can expect for quantitative aptitude, there's a varied topics there. These varied topics are probability, permutation and combination, time and distance, time and work, equations, ratios and proportions, allocations and mixtures, series and progression, average, percentage, profit and loss, problems on edges, area, shapes and perimeter, number system, HCF and LCM, and reasoning. So the entire 20 question for quantitative aptitude will be from these topics. Okay. Now for email writing, there are certain things which you need to remember you have to do, and there are certain things which you should not be doing. So let me take you through these. I've spoken about these earlier. I'm just re-emphasizing on this so that you do not make a mistake, because 80 to 90% of the students have done well in quantitative aptitude last time, but they failed in email. Alright, so here is the one. Read the topic carefully. You will be disqualified. Even if you miss one of the keyword, the email will be invalid. Ensure the keywords are used in the same form as mentioned in the topic. For example, if there is a keyword which is buy, you cannot use bought, a past tense. Keyword should be mentioned in the same sequence as mentioned in the topic. Start a new paragraph for change of thought group, and new paragraph should start as a fresh. The entire email should be